Good morning, everybody. I'll talk loud. I'm not a big loud person. Good morning, everybody. The board is made up of 13 members, 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer. We are a 4-member panel, but 3 will serve on each case. 1 will be an alternate. We have a assistant attorney general, which is Ms. Kim Turner. That will be assisting us today in this. And at this time, I'm going to introduce the panel. Going from my left,
Beverly Oliver,
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Kim Turner. Well, before I turn it over to her, I'm going to ask Dr. Gentry to say a word of prayer.
If you will bow with me, please. Gracious Father, we humbly bow before your throne and we thank you for this opportunity to serve you today. We thank you for waking us up this morning and the beauty that is today, the month of December. Help us remember all of our blessings. Help us to be aware of our growth opportunities as well. Let us be discerning and wise in our choices we make today as a board. Help these students glean an opportunity to grow as well. And thank you for loving us and sending your son, Jesus, to save us. In your holy name, we pray all these things. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Lacey. Thank you, Ms. Nancy. Good morning. This is in the case or in the matter of the license of Robert Joseph Simmons, case number 2024-0525. Let the record reflect that this hearing is taking place beginning at about 8:45 on December 5th, 2024 at the Office of the Board of Nursing located at 713 South Pear Orchard Road in Ridgeland. As Ms. Lacey said, my name is Kim Turner. I'm an Assistant Attorney General with the Attorney General's Office. And by statute, I will serve as counsel to this hearing panel today during the hearings that we will have this morning and later this afternoon. My role is limited. It is to rule upon any objections to any questions regarding the testimony or the introduction of documents or exhibits, to see to the orderly process of these proceedings, and to ensure that this hearing is conducted in accordance with the applicable law and the administrative rules which are promulgated by the Board of Nursing. In conducting the hearing, if you guys have ever seen cases or TV shows, we are not bound by the Mississippi Rules of Civil Procedure or the Mississippi Rules of Evidence. I may use both as a guide in ruling upon any objections or questions regarding the evidence, but we are not bound by those rules. I know that the hearing members just introduced themselves, but if I could have them introduce themselves one more time so that we can establish that for the record.
I'm Beverly Oliver, RN.
Lacey Gentry, RN.
Nancy Norris Johnson, LPN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
Okay, and then Brandon, could you introduce yourself as well?
Yeah, Brandon Walker, I'm attorney for the board.
And then I assume the respondent, Mr. Simmons, you are here?
Yes.
Robert Simmons.
You. I have a few questions for you. I see that you are by yourself. And do you understand that you had the right to have an attorney with you here today?
Yes, I do.
And an attorney who would have helped to represent you to ensure that there was no further adverse disciplinary action taken with regard to your license? Yes?
Yes, I understand.
I'm going to ask you to verbalize your responses because as you can see, we have a court reporter right here and she is making a record of this hearing. So please make sure you speak up and verbalize your responses, okay?
Okay, sure.
And so as we conduct this hearing, and I'll go over the ground rules a little bit more, but you have the right to offer testimony at the appropriate time, okay?
Okay,
And you'll have the opportunity to present your own witnesses or any documents that you may have already previously provided to the Board of Nursing, okay?
okay,
And you'll have the right to cross-examine. So any witnesses that the board introduces or presents for the hearing panel, you'll have the right to ask them questions as well. Do you understand?
I do.
And did you understand you also had the right to ask the board to issue subpoenas, that if you needed a witness to appear, or if you needed some documents, the board could have issued a subpoena to get that witness to appear those documents. Did you know that?
I was aware. That was in my letter.
So when you received your service, you were advised of your rights, correct?
That's correct.
And having been advised again of your rights, are you willing to voluntarily move forward with this hearing? Very good. So did you bring any witnesses with you here today?
I did not.
So you'll be testifying on your own behalf, I understand?
Correct.
So at this time, I'd like to go ahead and swear the witnesses. So what that means is if you would look at the court reporter, raise your right hand, and also for the board, any witnesses that will be offering testimony, we could go ahead and swear them in at this time.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
In this proceeding, I believe you heard Miss Lacey or Miss Nancy talk about how it's sort of like a mini trial. So in some regards, it will look like a trial, even though the rules are not applicable, but you'll be able to make an opening statement. You don't have to, and it's not evidence, it's just persuasive. So I will ask for an opportunity for you to be able to make an opening statement. And then we'll begin with the case on the board side, and they'll present their witnesses, and you can cross-examine their witnesses. And once the board completes its side, we'll switch to you, and you'll have your opportunity to present your witnesses, your testimony, and vice versa. The board may cross-examine you. Understand?
Understand.
At the end of the presentation of both cases, I'll ask if anybody wants to make a closing statement. Like an opening statement, it is not evidence, it's just persuasive. So be careful, don't offer your testimony during either statement, but you can summarize. Understand?
Understand.
And we'll go slow so that you will get through this process, because I assume, have you ever been through a hearing before?
I have.
Okay, so you have some experience. Very good. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The board will request B1 through B15 be admitted into evidence as exhibits.
Okay, and no exhibits provided by the respondent to the board?
Not that we have received.
Did you have any exhibits that you wanted to be introduced into the record?
I did not.
Very good. And I assume that you've seen the exhibits that the board is seeking to introduce into the record?
I have just now.
Do you need a moment to look through them?
I don't.
Do you have any objection to introducing these exhibits into the record? I do not. So with no objection noted for the record, I will allow the board's exhibits to be introduced into the record and marked by the court reporter. As I stated, we have a court reporter, and at the end of the hearing, following the closing statements, the board will enter into an executive session, and the hearing panel, and they will deliberate, and they will make a final decision here today. But written findings of fact and conclusions of law and their final decision will be memorialized by a final order, which will be sent to you and made publicly available within 45 of today's date. Do you understand?
I do. Understand.
Very good then. So any questions before we start? So with that, I'll ask Mr. Brandon if he would like to make an opening statement.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. This is not a complicated case. Mr. Simmons had a previous order from this board in which his license was revoked for diverting hydrocodone, morphine, Dilaudid, and lorazepam from not two, but three different facilities. In 2022, his license was reinstated with stipulations for 60 months. Among other things, he was required to get employer reports, abstain from addictive substances, and also drug screen. His order stated that any noncompliance would be a violation of the order. In a written statement to the board, Mr. Simmons admitted to diverting Dilaudid from the facility where he was employed. Pursuant to the authority found in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, the board has the power to take disciplinary action against the license sees fit, and we would respectfully ask this panel to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to make an opening statement at this time? Like I said, there's no obligation.
Not at this time.
And, would the board like to call its first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The board calls Ms. Rebecca Martin. Ms. Martin, would you please state your name, your county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
My name is Rebecca Martin. I reside in Madison County and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing
And how long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since August of 2020.
And we state for the record what it is that you do for the board?
I'm a compliance case manager.
So can you tell us what a compliance case manager does?
Yes, a compliance case manager will help nurses that have final orders finish their order, assist them in any problems or that arise throughout the order and help them complete it.
So after someone has an order, they're in compliance and they come to you, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell us what you do at that point, what your job is, once they come to you?
Yes, we have a compliance conference where we will go over the order and what is expected for them during that order and any questions that arise when they come to.
Okay. If you would look at page 7, would you identify that for the record?
This is the complaint from Mr. Simmons.
And can you tell us what the charges are against Mr. Simmons in that complaint?
Yes, he willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nurse practice or licensure and or charged to in that respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely misappropriation of drugs, supplies, or equipment in violation of Mississippi and 30 Mississippi Annotated Code, Part 2820. And then charge 3, in that respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely possessing, obtaining, furnishing, or administering drugs to any person, including self, except as legally directed.
Thank you. And are there any facts listed in that complaint that support those charges?
Yes.
You can read, or you can just sum them up if you can. Either's fine.
That on May 17th, Mr. Simmons diverted Dilaudid from his employer, King's Daughter Medical Center.
Is there anything else in there that supports any other charges?
The previous on May 28, 2015, he also diverted morphine, Dilaudid, lorazepam, and hydrocodone from previous employers.
They say that he had a previous board order in that as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We turn over to page 27 for me, please.
Yes, sir.
Can you identify this for the record?
This is Mr. Simmons' self-report to me of what happened on May 17th, 2024.
So Mr. Simmons sent this to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell us what he admits to in a statement?
He admitted to that night, Friday, diverting Dilaudid from the Pyxis of his employer.
How did he get caught? What happened?
A previous employee he was with was trying to pull meds that she could not.
Flip over to page 34 for me, please. Can you tell us what this is?
This is Mr. Simmons' drug screen from King's Daughter.
What's it positive for?
Opiates.
And so did he send this all to you?
I believe so. If not him, his employer, Jamie.
Okay, because they send you employee reports?
Yes.
Okay.
And Mr. Jamie also contacted me that Monday,
Okay. Can you tell us what date he diverted the medication?
May 17th, 2024.
And on page 9, can you tell us when he was suspended?
He was suspended on May 20th, 2024.
And he's had a history with this board, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If we go to page 13 and just tell us what this is.
This is a final order revoking Mr. Simmons.
In this order, can you tell us what he was found guilty of?
He was,
I believe it's on page 16, if you want to look there.
he was found guilty of charges 1, 2, and 3, which was him diverting the medication from the 3 employers.
Can you tell us what all medications he obtained from the first facility?
I believe it was Dilaudid and morphine.
What about at the second facility?
Oh, hydrocodone, sorry.
And what happened at the third facility when he was in Arkansas?
He did a reasonable suspicion drug screen and there was cause for diversion. And he tested positive for, I believe, hydrocodone and lorazepam.
And the panel revoked his license based on that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when was that order signed?
On May 28, 2015.
So in 2015, his license was revoked, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you look at page 18? Yes, on page 18, can you tell us what that is?
This is a final order reinstating Mr. Simmons's nursing license.
And when was it? When was that order final? When was it signed?
On August 23rd, 2022.
So a little more than 2 years ago, he got his license reinstated.
Yes, sir.
Were there conditions placed on his reinstatement?
Yeah, there was preconditions, and then once he got probation, there was more conditions.
Can you talk a little louder for the court, please?
Sorry. Yes, he had preconditions that he had to meet, and then after he was on probation, he had more stipulations he had to meet for 60 months.
So he had stipulations for 60 months after he got his license back?
Yes,
Okay. So in August of 2027, if he had completed everything, he would be eligible for everything to be removed, correct?
yes,
Okay, sorry. Was one of those stipulations or requirements that he abstained from addictive substances?
yes, sir.
And was he also required to drug screen?
Yes, sir.
Can you kind of tell us how those work from a compliance side?
Yes, when we do the compliance conference, we make sure that we notify them of the different substances that they cannot consume throughout their order and that they are to drug screen through Affinity, which is our third-party drug screening app that selects a site for them to drug screen at.
So according to this order, would a positive drug screen be a violation of that order?
Yes, sir.
And was there any type of reporting required?
Yes, he had quarterly employer reports. He also had AA and NA meetings that he had to do monthly.
If you look at page 23 for me, we tell me what, I'll let you get there first. You there?
Yeah.
Number 22, can you tell us what that is and what it entails?
Yes, it's non-compliance. Non-compliance is shall include, but is not limited to receipts of unfavorable, negative reports or documentation, non-receipt of reports on or before the due date, failure to adhere to any of the terms of the order, positive drug screenings, failure to furnish drug screens, and violation of the Mississippi nurse practice law and the rules or regulations can be, are all non-compliance.
So anything, if he did any of those, he's in non-compliance with his board order.
Yes, sir.
Has he had any issues with you since he's been in compliance?
Other than the May 17th incident, no.
Okay, and he admitted that he had violated his board order in that statement, correct?
Yes, sir.
And his prior board order was also for diversion, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, John.
Mr. Simmons, do you have any questions for this witness?
Not at this time.
Do you have another witness?
No, Your Honor, state rest.
Mr. Simmons, the state has rested its case. It's now your opportunity to present your testimony in essence in your case in chief. And you can proceed whenever you're ready.
Everything that was stated, it occurred and it happened. And that was a very crucial moment. I'm just very thankful that I had enough sober time to just not let that just be to go down the wrong path. as soon as this happened, I got found an employer I've been employed with now, since this incident in May, since the diversion. And I don't know why December 17th was stuck in my head, but a friend messaged me Monday and she said, "When is your hearing?" A nurse, the charge nurse I work with at King's Daughters. And I was at work from home and I was going through my mail and saw it's like, "Oh, my board hearing is tomorrow." So I was gonna be a little more prepared, but um I realized, looking through all this information and this pack of paperwork, that when I worked for Dr. Mark Just, a chiropractor in Brookhaven, from 2019 until the time I started this job at King's Daughters, um, for that whole length of time, I was sober. Before I was even worked towards reinstatement, I was sober. And I keep thinking back to why is it at that moment of my life was I the most content and sober, and it was just out of sight, out of mind. Um, and I was going to meetings, and I know I remember at my hearing here 2 years ago, I can't remember who it was, but one of the board members stated a statistic of how many people relapse when they're not participating in the AA program. And that is clearly what happened. I know from my standpoint, what I did was I allowed myself to get very content with Zoom meetings. And then with that come, well, let's set the phone down, and to eventually where you're not getting any meetings in that you're like actively participating in. But to me, it is very clear that not only am I a danger to myself, I'm a danger to the patients that I take care of. I cannot be in, I don't know if I can ever be that person that can be in a role of bedside care. And Miss Martin when I had reported and we were on the phone about the next steps to take, she had asked me on the phone, why, when this position become available, did I take it? And I was excited. I worked hard and my license were reinstated and I was fully aware of all the stipulations. I mean, keeping up with folders and documentation of screenings and meetings, I was doing everything. And 100% truthful answer to that question is I was excited. I had been doing something for 5 years that now I could get back into nursing, something I hadn't done in 8 years. And I don't know that if any narcotic stipulations would have changed anything, but going back into nursing, I didn't realize that I am the type of addict that just can't be around substances. And I'm not making excuses, because that's one thing I learned in AA is that I'm completely responsible for me. I'm responsible for the emotions that I have, and the reasons I use is because I have that choice, and I made that choice on May 17th. And I just know that as a nurse, I cannot work in a position where, I mean, it was all listed: morphine, hydrocodone, Dilaudid, just where those medications are obtainable. And one thing that Mr. Jamie Hurd did, the chief nursing officer at King's Daughters, when he took me into his office and I self-reported, he said that no matter what happens, Joseph, you'll always have a job here. I'm not terminating you. I'm putting you on extended leave. And in the past, when these diversions, when they took place, I mean, I just kept running. It was termination from a hospital, surrender your badge, and it's. I truly almost got to a point of letting this moment just define who I am as a person, and it hurt. It was a lot worse this time. If it wouldn't have been for the charge nurse who I worked with, for her actually showing up at my house because I wouldn't answer nobody. But what I wanted to say is that before this relapse occurred, I had been messaging with Miss Martin about what positions could I work. And I had an interview at Brentwood, but the day that this occurred, but I had to call and let them know, my license had been revoked, suspended, I can't come to this interview. And then I had like 4 case management companies contact me trying to get me to come on board. And that I am willing to do whatever it takes to remain in this profession. But I do know that I will sit here and tell all you members of the board that I cannot be at the bedside. I can't be where there's controlled substances. I have a documented history of long-lasting sobriety before I went back to work in the hospital. And if I have to work restoration again, but my ask was that in consideration, because I work from home for CVS, and I've been waiting for this moment because today will define what are the next steps that I take with my life and where I go from here. And I asked the board that my license be restricted to only case management or at like a dialysis position, to where and fully comply with the original order. Um, and that's all at this time.
Mr. Walker?
Yes, thank you. I have just a few questions. Mr. Simmons, can you, just to get some background for the panel and for the record, will you just give your name and your current place of employment for the record?
Sure. My name is Robert Joseph Simmons, and I work for CVS Aetna Insurance, and it's a work from home position.
What do you do there? I mean, what are you doing?
I'm a health survey specialist.
And how long have you been doing that?
I struggled to find employment after this in May, but my start date was in July,
So since July,
July of this year.
you're currently there now.
That's correct.
Okay. Can you give the board a little educational background about your education, where you went to school and what years?
In 2010, I graduated from Copiah Lincoln Community College in Wesson with associate's degree in nursing. And at the height of my addiction while travel nursing, I did the RN to BSN program through the Mississippi University for Women. That bachelor's degree is currently on hold. The Institute of Higher Learning assisted with the financial, but I couldn't repay the loan because I had lost my nursing license. The length of time that you have to work in the state as a nurse. And that was in 2014.
So in 2014, you complete the program, but you don't have the degree yet. Is that right?
That's correct. The degree is still on hold because I owe the school some tuition money.
Okay. Since your license was reinstated, where all did you work as a nurse? Was it just King's Daughter?
Just at King's Daughters.
And you've been there for roughly 2 years, or were there?
No, it was for almost approximately 1 year.
About 1 year. Besides the reason that you're here today, have you had any issues at that facility other than that?
I haven't.
No employer reports? Nothing bad, I'm saying.
No, sir. No, those reports were on time and I've never heard feedback from Miss Martin.
Did you divert any other, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead. Have you diverted medication at any other time other than the instance that you've admitted to?
No, this was the only time.
And I'm not trying to make you repeat yourself. It's very possible I missed it. Can you tell us why you decided to divert that medication? Can you offer a reason, explanation?
I didn't realize that actually some restrictions had been removed as far as like what areas I could work in again. And I was reaching out to these other facilities because I felt like something was gonna happen. I felt like the pressure to use was building up. And at the time in my mind of spending almost a year of administering medications and pulling medications, there's no other answer than I wanted to get high.
You said the pressure was building up. Can you elaborate on that? Like what pressure are you referencing?
Number one was neglecting meetings, not holding myself accountable to participating in the Zoom meetings and actually listening and talking and sharing what I'm going through. A lot of turmoil in my immediate family, and then just having, as my history shows from my original order in 2015 is history with these substances, with opioids and narcotics, and a lot of stress, and that's the day that I relapsed.
It's just a lot of, you're under stress. Is that life happened? I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. Does that sum it up?
That's correct.
You said you referenced neglecting the meetings. Were you talking about AA meetings?
That's correct.
Do you think you would have reported this had you not gotten caught? So from your statement, it appears that you kind of got caught. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you have reported it had you not?
don't feel that I would.
Yeah, you acknowledge you have a history of substance abuse. Is that what you said?
That's correct.
When your license was originally revoked, were you present at that hearing?
I was not.
Can you tell us what happened at those facilities? I know we have an order, but can you elaborate on those?
Um, back when I received my original, I don't know what my order or the first letter, I was still travel nursing and I was moving across state lines. And by the time the letter found its way to me, I was indisposed at the time. Being an active addiction, I was also drinking very heavily and I was attending to other legal matters in other states that I had to go to. And even one still did work in reinstatement 2 years ago. I had to go to Connecticut to clear up but I wasn't in the state at that time.
You mentioned you were in dispense. Can you elaborate on that?
Back in 15, whenever I got my first.
Yeah, what you said when the letter was sent out to you, you were kind of indispensed and travel nursing at the time, and then you said you were indispensed when you got it. Can you tell us what you mean by that?
Um, I was in Arkansas and the way that I had my mail being sent to me. I think by the time I had got the note, my letter that I'd seen, it was maybe the second or third letter. I When I was there in Arkansas, I was flying back to Connecticut to attend court for a DUI. I spent some time at hospitalization from an overdose. And when I first saw the letter trying to make it back to Mississippi, I mean, at that time, too, I was scared to death to come into this room.
You said you were flying back to Connecticut for other legal matters for the DUI. Was that when you mentioned you had other legal matters earlier in 2015? Is that what you're referring to?
That's correct. The DUI in Connecticut. And that was it.
Have you had any other legal matters?
Um, in the past, yes. I've had a couple of. I'm trying to think back to reinstatement. All the legal matters that I was able to clear up. That since 2015, I have not had any other than my board hearing, any legal matters since that time.
Not since the reinstatement, or since 2015, you were reinstated. I'm sorry. Got my date. You're reinstated in 2022. So From 15 to 2022, you haven't had any, or now, you haven't had any legal matters?
I have not had any legal matters.
Um, can you, how did your issue with substance abuse start?
For as long as I can remember, I've always been fond of pain medication. I was, couldn't have been no more than a teenager, maybe 12, 13 years old, and having wisdom teeth surgically extracted and being prescribed at the time liquid hydrocodone. And I can remember at that age taking more than what is prescribed and always being fond of that. So I think that's that, and the alcoholism have always been present from a very young age.
So it's not a new issue, it's been ongoing for you.
It is, that's correct.
Are you, do you currently take any medications?
I do take medications.
Can you tell us what those are?
I take Klonopin 0.5 milligrams 3 times a day. I take Buspar 15 milligrams twice a day. Vilazodone antidepressant. And then I have some gastrointestinal medications I take.
So you have your own antidepressant, have you been diagnosed as having depression?
I have been diagnosed. My primary care doctor monitors that for me. And I know in 2014, 2015, when I did come here for the first hearing, I was evaluated by Dr. Costas and for the board, and those were my substance abuse disorder, alcoholism, generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder.
Do you have a counselor or a do you see anybody for that?
I do still see a therapist that I've been with for about 3 years. And we meet every 4 weeks. And it's through a Zoom call or FaceTime.
Are you still doing, I know earlier you said that you kind of neglected the AA meetings and weren't participating. Are you still attending those?
Not the 3 per week,
How many are you doing now?
1 to 2.
So when did you stop doing the 3 per week?
4 months ago.
So kind of when you got suspended after the diversion?
That's correct.
Do you still have a sponsor because you're required to have one of those too? Do you have one?
I do have a sponsor.
How often do you talk to your sponsor?
At least 3, 4 times a week.
And do you have any type of support system?
My mind wants to tell me no, but I do have a support system. Especially a couple of people who through this relapse really showed up for me when I needed them the most, and then my family is supportive.
So you said in your mind you don't have one.
Whenever I started at King's Daughters last year, and the charge nurse who, her and I immediately hit it off and started talking and sharing really deep personal information. When I had relapsed and diverted in May, and was at the house, and she called and she said, "Joseph, you are the most private person that I have ever met in my entire life." So I think it's just more of a mentality that I have of like not feeling accepted or things like that, that I tell myself, self-defeating thoughts that I don't have support.
Okay, thank you. So in total now, you diverted from 4 facilities, counting this, King's daughter, correct? Because your other board order said 3, and this would be 4. That's correct. Okay. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I'm wrong, but did you say earlier you think you're a danger to yourself?
When when I'm in active addiction, I meant that more in the role of a nurse. Because I I am a IV drug user, and when I say a danger to myself, is that, I mean, yeah, I feel like if I would not had reported this and continued down that path, I would have either killed myself or killed someone else. And that's what I mean, a danger to myself when I'm in active addiction like that.
So you said it earlier too, that had you not gotten caught, you probably wouldn't have reported it, right? So what happens in the future if you divert again? And you're working as a nurse?
I'll report, self-report myself.
Would you agree? Do you think it's fair to say that you've had a second chance?
Absolutely. And I've had more. When I come to my hearing 2 years ago, sit at home and think about what to say, but I do know that I did have my second chance. And the day that I come in here 2 years ago and the board ruled, I was more enthusiastic about that moment than I was when I graduated and passed my NCLEX. And so I have had, with my history with the hospitals that I have been terminated from and the drugs that I have diverted, I've been given more than a second chance.
Do you think that's fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
So here's what I'm at. Do you think, based off what you just said and your explanation for the danger to yourself and the fact that you said you probably wouldn't have reported it had you not got called, and you've also stated that you don't think you can do bedside care at this time. I mean, is it possible right now that you're not in a position to be or to have a nursing license to care for others?
I do. I'm self-aware to know that like physically caring for people or patients, and to effectively do my job and keep people safe, I can't bedside nurse.
So here's my question. Why should the panel or anybody for that matter think that you wouldn't divert medication again? Because at some point, you're gonna be around medication if you're working as a nurse. So what assurances can you offer? Why would somebody think that you wouldn't do that again? Given your history and based on your testimony today.
Can you repeat that for me one more time?
That was such a good question. I don't know if I can. Why would the panel not think that you, based off your testimony and your history diversion, you're gonna be around substances at some point as a nurse? Why would they not think that you would divert again if the opportunity is there?
I have taken accountability for my actions that day, and the first thing that I did after a week of just blackout drinking was to get a sponsor which I know it's my responsibility too, to reach out to the sponsor, but someone who could actually like call me, text me, keep me accountable. And I've done things over the past few months of my life where I have safeguarded myself, going and visiting with my parents. Soon after this happened, there was a huge bottle of hydrocodone sitting on the counter, and something I haven't done with my parents in a long time was have that talk. I am a recovering addict, and I want in that bottle, and can we set boundaries of put these away to where they're not there for me to get. um but I can't say that if mean, I do know that if I can't make, if I was at the bedside and had access to medications, I couldn't make that promise. Um, but the biggest thing that has helped me is what my friend told me that just stuck in my mind is I beat myself up when I relapse really, really, really bad. But what I've come to learn is that, I mean, they do happen. Relapses do happen when you're a recovering addict. Um, but not to let that just continue to dictate the outcome of your life.
So the duty of this board is to protect the public, right? Do you think if the panel allows you to keep your license that they're protecting the public?
I come here today fully aware and fully prepared that I do understand through sobriety and work in restoration the purpose of the board. And the places that I have been and the things that I have done have been very much a danger to the public, and I completely own that. If the board were to ever see fit for me to continue to have a license, I feel like that it would have to be very it would have to be in areas where there's an office type setting, or not in the hospital or hospital setting, or just restricted to case management or dialysis. I do know that I am a good nurse, but I'm fully prepared for the results given here today.
So I'm not trying to beat a dead horse here, but you don't think you can work bedside? Or is that, if the panel does allow you to keep your license? I mean, are you restricted are you saying you can't work bedside ever?
No, I don't believe that to be true. I do know that going back into nursing, when this job was offered to me, and I accepted, you would think 8 years of not nursing, you would need a lot longer orientation, but there's just some things about nursing that you don't ever forget. And I was able to pick right back up, but where I work where I did work, um, it was made aware that there were a couple nurses employed there who have a board order, or for whatever reason have to drug test or couldn't give narcotics, things like that, restrictions that I didn't have going back into it. I never I never would not, I didn't think going back into the hospital and just being exposed to all of it again like that would have such a huge impact on me.
So I just want to make sure I understand. You're saying that if you're working bedside, it's a potential danger, correct?
That's correct.
You may have said this, what's your sobriety date? Do you have a sobriety date?
Um, it's gonna be June, because I drank heavily right after in May.
You know, specific date in June?
June the 4th. We were headed to vacation.
If you were the panel, given you know their duty and you understand the dangers, what you've stated based on your testimony, what would you do with your license?
If I were making the decision,
Yeah, if you were sitting up there.
I would say that, Joseph, you've had your second chance. Um, and if we see fit for you to ever have a license again, This is the areas that you'll be restricted to, what you can and can't do. I mean, that's a hard decision to make because I did relapse and I did divert the narcotic, and this is a clear repeating history. I would just, I honestly believe in second chances, but thinking back to when I graduated nursing school in 2010, I mean, I've had second, I've had third, I've had fourth, I've had fifth, I've had sixth, I've had many, many opportunities that has kept me here for 37 years. So, and, um, I do know, going back to working in that office setting for the chiropractor and being sober for that length of time, I just was not around the medication.
The last time I asked, do you dispute any of the charges against you that were listed in the complaint?
I do not dispute those.
No further questions, John.
The panel may ask you some questions, okay? Questions from the panel?
I do. Good morning, Mr. Simmons.
Good morning.
I had the honor of sitting in July of 22 on your restoration hearing. And when you say that that day brought you more joy than passing the NCLEX and graduating from nursing school, it did us as well. That's the best feeling in the world, to be able to, you know, tell a nurse, you know, here's your second chance. And in your word, fifth chance, right? So, while I do applaud your self-awareness and your accountability, it is troubling that you stated, I wouldn't have reported if I got caught, if I had not have gotten a call. That's troubling. Where are you in your 12 steps?
Fifth step,
Yeah. How long have you been on your fifth step?
for about 2 months.
What is prohibiting you from making it through that fifth step?
Well, us meeting together. There's about 25 miles between us, and then with work.
Tell me, in step 4, how did you get through your fourth step? Was it hard for you? That self-awareness, that accountability piece, is that why you are so exceedingly self-aware, or appear to be, and accountable for your missteps to this point as far as your addiction?
It was very difficult, but at the same time, a lot of burden was taken off of me. And I have, when all this first started and the roots of my addiction and using, I was not self-aware. I was on a very destructive path, that I'm not in jail for a very long time for consequences of my actions. That is something that I have learned in the sober time that I've had, is being self-aware and taking responsibility. Because I was that person that would want to start looking around at making excuses of why I used.
Yep. It was very telling when you said as a child, after the wisdom teeth extraction, that that little bit of liquid Lortab, whatever they provided, how you knew at that point. Yes.
I did. That's
Addicted personality. from a young teenager. Yes, so you knew in your nursing career, there were safeguards that you were gonna have to put in place yourself with an addictive personality, yes? When you were progressing through your nursing education, you knew that about yourself, as you stated or were you not aware, totally aware?
I was not aware. When I was going through the nursing program, it wasn't until after probably 6 months, 8 months into it, I never thought that was gonna be a problem.
You mentioned the chiropractor, Dr. Mark Just, I believe. Okay, in what role do you serve there? Did you function as a nurse there or were you?
No, I was still revoked at the time.
Okay,
That was from 2019 to starting KDMC at 2023.
okay. Describe, oh, I'm sorry.
I was the office manager.
Office manager, okay. Describe your relationship with Mr. or Dr. Just today. Are you still in contact?
Not as much, only because of my job now, working from home.
You mentioned that job now in working from home. I believe you said you were CVS, Aetna Insurance Health Service Specialist. Does that require a nursing degree?
It does not.
Okay. Just what are your thoughts about your current position? Is it rewarding to you?
Means something may come along in the future, but um, no, it's not rewarding for me. And I know I wasn't meant to work from inside my own home, but
I have two more questions. How would your patients describe you as a nurse, Mr. Simmons?
I think my patients would describe me as very attentive to their needs. Anytime I've worked delivering patient care, the patient has always been my priority, always. And I have a passion, I've always had a passion for caring for other people. And I think my patients would describe me as very loving and accepting, like you to get to the point of, you have to just politely say, I do have 6 patients today. I have to walk out of the room. And then the care that I give, I never would want to boast about, what someone tells me about my character, but I've had many a patients just sit there and tell me that I was the only one that listened to them. I was the only one that cared or helped them with this, helped them with that.
I could sense that from you. Now tell me this, how about that last patient that you diverted that Dilaudid from? If I were that patient and I needed that Dilaudid for my pain, how would I describe your care?
Reckless, destructive, incompetent. And I would feel like just not a good person.
And my last question, you mentioned earlier, and I know Mr. Walker spoke to this, but I want to ask you one more time. You said you were a danger to yourself, and then you likened it to the healthcare setting. But are you a danger to yourself today?
No, I am not a danger to myself. I have no thoughts of harming myself.
Yes, I was wondering, how many times have you been in rehab for drugs and alcohol?
I went, I've been through 2 rehabs.
And how long were each one?
The first one was a 12-step based Harbor House in Byram.
12 days?
I'm sorry, 12-step based,
Okay.
because the other one was not.
And how long did that take you there at Harbor House?
I was there for primary and secondary treatment, so it ended up being almost over 100 days.
Inpatient, then outpatient?
Yes.
How long was the inpatient?
No, that was the total for, I did the primary side and sober living for,
Okay,
so it was a total of, it was ordered to do 90 days of, when I had that assessment by the counselor
mhm,
back in 2015 to do 90 days of inpatient rehab.
okay. And tell me about the second.
The second one, I was not nursing. This was 2016 to 2017. And just in a very bad place, trying to get ends to meet. I had reached out to a local nurse practitioner, and they had got me in touch with a facility in Georgetown, Mississippi, and it's a religious-based alcohol and drug treatment program, and I was there for 12 months.
12 months. And how long was it before you came out of sobriety of alcohol and drugs after you were discharged from that 12-month program?
That wouldn't have been until 2019.
So for 2 years or so, you were clean of alcohol also?
No, when I left that year-long treatment facility, there were 3 years where I was living, I was not maintaining sobriety until 2019 when I started working for the chiropractor.
Okay. So you were still, say that again. I don't quite understand what you just said. For drugs, after you were discharged in 2017, when did you start using again?
Like when I left the facility.
You immediately went back?
I wouldn't say that it was immediate. I was living with an aunt who had multiple,
Mhm.
multiple medications, and it just, that's where I had to live. It's just was the living environment. So, it wasn't immediate, but
Yeah. Same.
it was soon. Yes. Yes,
And
ma'am.
then with alcohol, when did you begin to drink after 2017?
It was soon after that as well.
So did you think about, I know when you're discharged from facilities and family and everything, sometimes it's very hard to find a place to go or a place to live. But when you were back in that environment before you started using, did you try to find another place that was drug-free from your aunt's house going somewhere else when you realized the temptation was there again,
I did.
but not successful or?
Oh, I'd reached out to my parents and my stepdad had made it clear that I was not welcome there. And living with my aunt, whose son committed suicide from the same illness.
Mhm.
We had a very unhealthy codependent relationship for about 2 years until I had saved up enough to get my own place, start renting, had a job, made a little more money than what I was making.
And that was in
That was in 2019.
19. And then in 2019, you worked with Dr. Just?
That's correct.
Yeah,
That's,
okay. And you stopped using drugs and alcohol at that
I
time?
did.
None, none. Through 22 or 23?
Yep, when I started, even going up until working restoration for the 12 months.
Okay, okay. So that's pretty impressive that you just immediately stopped from 2019 to 23. Also, where were you living at that time? By yourself? I was. Okay.
I was able to start renting a home that I've been in since that time.
Okay, okay. Have you thought about going back to rehab since this incident at King's Daughter?
I did. That thought weighed on my mind after diverting and relapse.
Mhm.
I did research and call a couple of places for outpatient, intensive outpatient. Unfortunately, with my new job, being the new guy, I am 9:30 to 6:30.
Okay,
And a lot of the programs that I researched 2 or 3, and their programs start at 6 p.m.
okay.
Um,
So with AA, do they 9:30? So do you think you need to go 3 times a week instead of 1 or 2? And there's a narcotic. I don't remember the initials for the narcotic like AA, but
and they
NA. Thank you. Have you been going to NA?
have
How-
they're once a week. That's the one that meets right by my house.
Okay. Do you think you should increase that to, I just know I have a friend who's been clean for 30 years and he still goes 3 times a week to AA, NA, 3 times a week because he knows if he doesn't, he will relapse. So do you think you could increase those
I didn't need to increase those.
Yeah. self and not mandated?
Yes, I go twice now. The third one I'd stopped, said because of distance, and then the 2 that I go to are within walking distance from my home. But yes,
Okay.
yeah, looking back on my sober time, AA saved my life. And I do need to be there 3 times a week, if not more.
Yeah, because they have early morning meetings throughout, they have many times. I'm not sure in your area though,
Just
maybe
need to
different.
limit it questions. for
Okay.
Ryan.
That's it. I was just interested in your rehab history.
You said you would always have a job at King's Daughters. Are you gonna go back to King's Daughters and work? Whatever.
That meant a lot to me. When I was working restoration, and I've never held an administrative position, so I don't know what you have to do, but I remember taking a course about the addicted nurse, and he just showed me a lot of compassion to where that had not happened before. He said in whatever role, you know, if you ever want to come back here, you can. The reason of my current position is I was just lucky to get the position, and it kept the same bills paid.
Do they have a rehab program
Where's that?
at Kingstone?
Um, like a,
Do they have a counselor that is on board there?
um, I'm not really sure. Like a, alcohol and drug counselor. The only person I know a couple of the, saying the name, physicians are in recovery.
Okay, tell me a little bit about your support. What support do you have?
My support these past few months have come from the charge nurse at King's Daughters, as well as several of the nurses' aides that just were able to touch a part of my life and my heart that very few have ever been able to do. I say my parents are supportive, but I mean, I don't know in what capacity that is. It, you know, if it's just talking about things, they don't totally don't sit down and just talk about stuff. And then my little sister, she's going through her own stuff right now, but I do know, and their dad, her husband left, but she's got a 7-year-old boy and a 1-year-old girl. And those are, like my nephew tells me all the time, he says, "Jojo, I wish you were my dad." Because I do everything with those kids. Those are my babies, and I'll do anything for them. That's how much they mean to me. Um, but I do talk a lot with the people who were there with me when the relapse occurred.
May I just have a couple of questions? Mr. Simmons, you're familiar with your reinstatement order and the conditions it imposed, correct?
That's correct.
So you knew even prior to the diversion that by not going to the required 3 meetings a week, you were already violating your reinstatement order. Did you understand that?
Right,
That you understood that it was required to go to NA and AA 3 times a week.
right.
And then if I read your statement correctly, you diverted the Dilaudid while you were on shift, correct?
That's correct.
So you would have been providing patient care while high.
That's correct.
And the other instances where you were diverting narcotics, were you also on shift providing patient care at the time?
Great.
Any questions based off of my questions? Okay. Would there be a closing statement, Mr. Walker?
Yes, Your Honor. Today is not a question of whether Mr. Simmons is guilty of the charges against him. He admitted that. Today, the question is how many chances does Mr. Simmons get? By his own testimony, he's had multiple. He's given testimony that said that he can't do bedside care, that he does not need to be around controlled substances. He has a history of diverting controlled substances. This isn't, it's a clear pattern. And this board has a duty to protect the public. The question today is, how many chances does he get? And if he keeps his license, it's the public protector. We would ask the panel to consider revocation when it comes to Mr. Simmons' license. Thank you.
Mr. Simmons, would you like to make a closing statement?
I do want to add, if I may, is um, the requirements of 3 meetings per week while on probation, working as a nurse. Well, it's the same. Maybe that was, I'm thinking about your question. I mean, with the meetings, the way that they work is that it got into a point where you could just go to do one on Zoom and then just put in your information and get the confirmation. But yes, so by me not participating in those,
I appreciate you clarifying the answer to my question, but right now, y'all just focus on what you want to say in closing to the board. Maybe tell the board what it is you would want or what you see. Like I said, you don't have to do a closing statement. It's just persuasive, but this is your opportunity to say your final comments to this
Okay.
panel.
I come here knowing that one of 2 things are gonna happen. And whenever I sit back over these past few months and think about the direction I want my life to go and the next step for me is I had thought to myself, if the board saw fit for me to stay in this role, that just the only thing that I can do is case management. I don't know how you write that. I don't know how you impose that, but to also restart the 5-year probation and everything that was in the original order, and whether it be King's Daughters or for CVS going into a case manager role, that's what I see nursing entail for me from this point on. And getting that bachelor's, there was a part of me that was wanting to do something that I was going to retire doing in the field as well. And if I wasn't granted any further ability to nurse, it's time to, I know that I need to pick up the pieces with the company that I'm with and further my education in a different direction.
Thank you. With the conclusion of the hearing panel will now, I'll ask for a motion to close this session.
Make a motion to close the session.
No second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion to close passes. I'll ask for a motion for the panel to consider going into an executive session to determine and deliberate regarding disciplinary action.
I make a motion, we go into closed session.
All in favor? Any opposed? The hearing panel is now entered to an executive session during which they can deliberate. I'm assuming that we leave. We will leave and return when the hearing panel is ready to announce its decision. Until that time, we'll stand in recess at 10:14. Thank you. Ms. Nancy? All in favor? Any opposed? Very good. Thank you for waiting during the time that you don't have to stand. Thank you, though. The hearing panel stepped back and of course deliberated regarding the testimony of the witnesses and reviewed the documentation that was introduced as the board exhibits. And after having deliberated, the hearing panel does find that the clear and convincing evidence showed that you clearly did violate the terms and conditions of your previous order and conditions and stipulations of your restoration of your nursing license. And with that, they find that the appropriate disciplinary action at this time is to revoke your license. Of course, you can apply again anew for a nursing license within a year after the date of the final order. But at this time, the hearing panel, and I'm phrasing from what they said, thinks you need to focus on yourself and just really concentrate on your sobriety and getting better. But as you stated, many chances have been given. And at this point, the hearing panel has voted for revocation. There will be a final order, of course, that will be memorializing the findings of fact, the conclusions at law, and its decision that will be provided to you no later than within 45 days of today's date. Mr. Simmons, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Anything from the hearing panel? With the final decision of the board, we will adjourn this hearing at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. In the matter of Catherine Hillman.
Yes.
This one.
Oh, you're not. You're good. Did you want to make any introductory comments? All right, we are going to call this hearing to order in the matter of Mississippi license R894733 issue 2, Catherine Hillman. It's case number 2022-1005. And I also have 2023-0492. Is that correct, Mr. Walker?
That's correct.
Okay. This hearing is beginning at 10:33 a.m. on December 5th, 2024, and we are at the offices of the Mississippi Board of Nursing. My name is Kim Turner. I am an attorney with the Attorney General's Office, and by statute, I am set to serve as the hearing officer in this matter. My role is primarily to rule on any objections to the testimony or the evidence introduced, to ensure that the process proceeds in an orderly fashion, and to also ensure that we dot all our i's and cross all our t's and comply with the applicable law and administrative rules. In conducting the hearing, if you're familiar with TV shows, you may be familiar with the rules of evidence, the rules of civil procedure. Those rules don't apply in an administrative hearing. This is not a court of law, but we do have some of the same processes and procedures as a court of law. But I'm not bound by any rules of evidence or civil procedure, though I may use them as a guide in making any type of ruling on an objection. Will the members of the board please introduce themselves for the record?
Beverly Oliver, Orion.
Nancy Morris Johnson,
Carly Walker, LPN.
These board members will serve as your hearing panel here today. Mr. Walker, could you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, Brandon Walker, attorney for the board.
Okay. And I assume Ms. Hillman, correct? And could you state your full name for the record?
Catherine Lane Hillman.
And Ms. Hillman, you understand that you are here today in a matter which could adversely affect your license to practice in the state of Mississippi, correct?
Yes, I am.
And do you understand that you have the right to bring an attorney here with you today to represent you in this matter?
Yes,
And I see that you don't have anyone with you, so I assume you have opted to represent yourself in this matter.
Correct.
And as you were provided a copy or the original notice and a copy of your complaint in this matter, you understand that you have the right to call witnesses to offer testimony in your case, correct?
Correct.
And do you also understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses which the board through Mr. Walker may bring, may offer testimony in this matter?
Correct.
And you have the right to cross-examine those witnesses. You also have the right to ask the board to issue a subpoena in this case to compel the attendance of any witnesses which you may have needed, or the production of any documents which you may have needed to help establish your defense or prove your case. Do you understand that?
I understand.
And having been fully advised of your rights, both by the notice of hearing and now here today on the record, you fully are waive any right to an attorney and agree to move forward voluntarily with this hearing today, correct?
I agree.
Very good then. I would ask, do you have any witnesses here with you today, Ms. Hillman?
No, ma'am.
So you'll only be offering testimony on your own behalf.
Correct.
All right, so Mr. Walker, I would ask any witnesses for the board and Ms. Hillman, if those witnesses could please face our court reporter and raise your right hand, I'm going to go ahead and have you sworn in for your testimony. And the court reporter is right there to your right.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give to be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And as you just noticed, we have a court reporter in our room and she is making a transcript. So she's literally typing every word that we say. So please articulate yourself well. Please speak up so that she can hear you, and be sure not to speak over each other if there comes the occasion. And lastly, verbalize your responses. No shake of the head or nod of the head. Please be sure to say or articulate your response. Everybody understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Following this hearing, I'm sorry. In the process, you will be able to make an opening statement. Both sides will be able to make an opening statement. An opening statement, like a closing statement, isn't required. It's not evidence. It's merely persuasive. So you may make one. You don't have to make one. Then we'll proceed with the board's case. They'll present their witnesses first. You may cross-examine. And when the board completes its case, we'll turn to you, Ms. Hillman, and then you'll present yourself as your witness. And likewise, Mr. Walker can cross-examine you. The panel may ask you some questions, as I may ask questions as well. You understand?
I understand.
At the end of the evidence, again, closing statements, not required, not evidence, but merely persuasive. After the case is fully presented, the hearing panel will go into an executive session during which they will deliberate and determine, make their decision in this matter. Our final order will be written that will memorialize the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the final decision will be provided to you within 45 days. Okay. So with that all said, the board bears the burden of proof in this matter. So I would ask Mr. Walker if you'd like to start with an opening statement.
Can we introduce some exhibits first, Your Honor? Please.
Yes, absolutely. I'm so sorry. Would the board like to introduce any exhibits at this time?
Yes, Your Honor. We would request B1 through B20 be admitted as exhibits.
Ms. Hillman, you had the opportunity to review B1 through B20.
I have briefly.
Do you have any objection? Or would you like an opportunity to review? Do you need some more time?
I can look at them again.
It's entirely up to you, because I'm going to ask whether or not you object, and then we're going to introduce them as part of the record. So,
All right, we'll go ahead and introduce them.
okay. Having noted no objection for the record, I would ask that exhibits B1 through B20 be introduced into the record and marked by the court reporter. Ms. Hillman, did you ever provide any documents or exhibits to the board prior to today?
Can you clarify documents? What kind of documents do you mean?
Did you give the board anything as an exhibit to likewise be introduced into the record here today? Do you have anything?
Yeah, I signed the notary about the ASP. It was a few days late because I couldn't find a notary to do the notarization. That was for the ASP process. That's why that was late.
Okay.
I guess I should have looked harder.
But you don't have any documents that you want to attach to the record here
No,
today?
No.
Okay, very, very good. Then we'll move on from that. And now I would ask, any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, please. In the evidence today, you will see that Ms. Hillman has a pattern of behavior. That pattern is the rules or standards of practice do not apply to her. You will see she has a clear disregard for not only the standards of nursing practice, but takes no accountability for her actions. She administered medication without an order. She also overrode an allergy alert for a patient. Thankfully, the pharmacy discontinued that, but while she admitted she did those things, she blamed others for her actions. Pursuant to the authority in Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1, this board has the power to take disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Hillman as it sees fit. Thank you.
Ms. Hillman, would you like to make an opening statement?
This time, no.
Good then. Mr. Walker, would you like to call your first witness?
Yes, sir. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, your county of residence, and where you currently are employed?
Dwayne Jameson, live in Hines County, and I'm employed with the Mississippi Board of Nursing
Can we state for the record how long you worked for the Board of Nursing?
since March 1991.
What is it that you do here at the board?
I'm the Director of Criminal Background Checks and Investigation.
So you're familiar with the investigative process at the board?
Yes, I am.
Would you look at please, page 5 and ID that document for the record?
This is the license verification for Catherine Lane Hillman,
When does it show that she was first licensed in Mississippi?
July 1st, 2013,
What was she licensed as?
a registered nurse.
If you would flip over to page 12. Can you identify that for the record?
There's a copy of the complaint.
Can we, for the record, state what the charges are in that complaint?
Okay, charge 1 references the respondent has negligently or willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 2 is that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of the persons under the license's care. Charge 3 is that the respondent engages in any unprofessional conduct as identified by the boards and its rules, namely practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of the license or directing others to practice beyond their authorized scope.
Thank you. Are there any facts in that complaint that support those charges?
Yes, they are.
Excuse me, can you just summarize those, if you will?
Okay, specifically, the respondent was while employed at Mississippi State Veterans Home on or about October 23rd, 2022. She gave an agitated patient an injection of 2 milligrams of Ativan without a doctor's order. The respondent admitted to writing the order and administering the shot because she thought that was the right thing to do. And then also on or about May 19th, 2023, while working at Comfort Care Nursing Center in Laurel, the respondent placed an order for medication for one of her patients. The system recognized that the patient was allergic to the order medication and alerted the respondent. The respondent ignored the alert and moved forward with the order.
Thank you, Mr. James. So one allegation is that she gave Ativan without an order. Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Okay, if you would flip over to page 54 for me. You ready?
Yes.
Can you identify this for the record?
This is a personnel action on Catherine Welch dated October 25th, 2022.
Can you say, what does it say about Miss Catherine in this action?
Basically, it states that she's being suspended with pay pending a full investigation regarding allegations for resident 26210 that occurred on October 23rd, 2022.
So they suspended her for the incident.
That's correct.
Okay. Turn back to page 21. And when you get a chance, identify that for the record, please.
Page 21 is an incident report from Mississippi State Veterans Home in Collins.
Okay, so this incident occurred at Collins, you said, at the Veterans Home?
Yes.
Okay. What was the date of this incident?
The date was October 27th, 2022 is the date of the report. The date of the incident itself was October 23rd, 2022.
Okay, so the day before. Right. I'm sorry. The day of the incident was October 23rd, 2022. Correct?
That's correct.
Is on that. Did, what does it say happened on that day?
Basically, on this date, it's reported that there were two residents involved where one resident was kind of fixated on another, grabbing his wheelchair and eventually struck the other resident.
And did the facility do an investigation on that?
They did.
What did they uncover or discover during that investigation?
Basically, they discovered that the respondent gave one of the residents an injection of 2 milligrams of Ativan. He basically initially refused to take the shot and hid her hand away. And according to the report, she told the resident, and I quote, "Old man, if you hit me, I will drop kick you in your knees."
Okay, so after their investigation, did they confirm that she gave the medication and told him she would drop kick him according to this report?
Yes, they did. They also included that she gave the medication without a doctor's order.
Okay. What reason, according to this, as to why she gave the medication without an order?
According to the report, she stated that she could not locate the doctor that was on call.
Okay. If you would, turn over a few pages to page 35. Yes, more than a few. Can you, will you identify this for the record?
Page 35 is a witness statement made by Caitlin Ware, dated October 23rd, 2022.
What does she say happened?
According to this witness, while attempting to administer this particular patient a shot, the patient slapped the shot that the respondent was holding. And at that time, the respondent said, "Old man, you hit me and I will drop kick you in your knees."
Okay. On the page 34, can you tell us who gave this statement?
Page 34 is a statement made by R.N. Nicholson.
Okay, and before we look at Ms. Nicholson's statement, is this statement by Ms. Catherine or Ms. Hillman, does it match what there was in the report we just looked at about what you said?
This is Caitlin Ware.
I'm sorry, Ms. Caitlin Ware. I'm sorry. Yes, does it match what was said by the report we looked at earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you can, in Ms. Nicholson's statement here on page 34, what does she say was reported to her?
It was reported that this particular resident had been acting out and was trying to hit another resident, and that the respondent stated she gave him 2 milligrams of Ativan and wrote the order for it, and that even that didn't hardly do anything. This witness also said that he raised his hand like he was going to hit her, and she stated that if you hit me, I will knock you on your, and I'll quote, "I will knock you on your ass."
Go back one more page to page 33. Can you tell us who gave this statement?
This is a statement by another witness, Talia Washington.
Okay.
Also, this one is dated, looks like 10/24/2022.
And according to this statement by Ms. Washington, what did she say Ms. Hillman told the patient?
Basically, in this statement, she told him that she was about to give him a shot when she approached him, this particular resident tried to grab the needle. And she told the patient she would drop him to his knee.
All right, and just look at one more. It's on page 37. Can you tell us who this statement's from?
This statement is from, Tommy Carr.
And what did he say about the incident?
Tommy Carr states that, he interviewed, with the respondent, regarding the incident, on Sunday, October 23rd, 2022. And there was also a witness, Ms. Brewer. According to, Tommy Carr, the respondent did say she told the resident she would take him down. She stated it was an effective move because he calmed down. She also stated she did give the resident Ativan 2 milligram and that she could not find the on-call list in the RN supervisor's.
Okay. And on the next page, page 38. You identified this one for the record as well.
Okay, this is another witness statement made by RN Connie Brewer.
And in her statement, does she say that she talked to Ms. Hillman?
Yes.
What does she indicate that Ms. Hillman told her?
Basically, she mentioned that the patient had become agitated after being pulled backwards in his wheelchair to keep him from going after another resident and went down on his knee. According to the witness, the respondent, she did call the respondent, and that the respondent handled the incident differently. She called to ask her about, the side, and in giving her information, she stated that she put the resident on sick call and wrote the order to give Ativan 2 milligrams per milliliter for violent behavior. This witness says she asked why she didn't call or text the doctor on call for the order. And she stated, that's what we do, put them on sick call. And according to this witness, she clarified with her that that is not what they do. They actually call or text the doctor for the order.
Okay, so she said there was a different procedure according to
Yes.
this statement. Okay.
Yes.
Turn to page 40 and identify this statement for us, please.
Okay, this is a statement made by Kay Lane Welch.
Okay, and what is, did she admit in her statement that she administered a shot and that she wrote the order?
Yes.
Okay. And in the statement we just looked at by Ms. Brewer, she said that Ms. Hillman said she put the patient on sick call and wrote the order, correct?
That's correct.
But she, in her written statement, did she also note that same thing?
Yes,
Okay. So that kind of matches the statement we looked at already.
it does.
Okay. What did she say she would do the next time if this incident came up again?
The respondent indicated that the next time that she would call the DON or the administrator.
Okay. On page 42, let me look at that. You there?
Yes.
Do you see where it says, I was here to handle situations?
Yes.
Will you read from there to the end of the statement for the record?
I was here to handle situations that occur, so I did what I thought was right at the time. As in situations like this, one doesn't always have time to stop and make phone calls.
So it says you don't always have time to make calls. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. And did she give a statement to the board?
Yes, she did.
Will you look at, is this it on page 62?
Yes, it is.
Is this a statement she gave to you?
Yes.
In her statement, does she say she should have done things differently?
She actually says that there are some things that she could do different.
What does she say she would do the next time?
The next time she stated that I would call the DON or administrator if there's no on-call number present.
So basically the same thing she said in the facility statement.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is anything in her statement that contradicts kind of what she says about doing things differently that you noticed?
Contradictory, she did make a statement in regards that she felt she did the right thing, but on the other hand, she did say that she would do things differently. And didn't feel like as if she should have been punished for it.
Okay, so in part of the statement, she says she would have done things differently, and the other part, she felt like she did the right thing.
That's correct.
Okay. Turn back to page 43. Can you tell us what this is for the record?
Page 43 is correspondence from Tommy Carr, the nursing home administrator with Mississippi VA, and it's addressed to Catherine Lane Welch, dated November 8, 2022.
Okay, will you just read that for the record, please?
Dear Ms. Welch, please let this letter serve as written notification of your termination with the Mississippi State Veterans Home in Collins, effective November 4, 2022. After a full investigation, it was substantiated that you administered a medication without a physician order and acted unprofessionally with the veteran while giving the injectable medication. And it's signed Tommy Carr.
Okay, so she was terminated for her behavior and her actions?
Yes, according to this letter, yes.
Okay. The other allegation you said was that she ignored an alert that a patient was allergic to medication, correct?
Correct.
We look at page 64.
Okay.
Can you tell us what this is for the record?
This is a disciplinary notice form for employee Catherine Welch at Comfort Care Nursing Center,
What's the date on that action form?
May 19th, 2023.
So she was terminated from the other facility in November of 2022, you stated?
Yes,
And by May of the next year, she was under or had received another disciplinary action issue at another facility?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. So what does it say the violation was, or what did she do to receive this disciplinary notice?
Employee failed to follow physician's order.
And what did they do as a result of it?
They suspended her.
Okay, so this is the second time in less than a year she's been suspended by a facility.
Yes, that's correct.
And looking back, turn back one page to page 63. Can you tell us what this is?
This is email correspondence from Alexander Pippin to Judy Edwards. The subject is Catherine Welch.
Okay. In this email, does he talk about the investigation or the write-up that we just looked at?
Yes, in this particular email, he referenced that they investigated because the doctor had concerns about the medication order given that was never followed up on.
And what does he say in this email that bothered him about the interview?
Basically that the respondent blamed the doctor for not following up and making sure the order was received.
How long does Mr. Pippin say that she had to check the message before she actually clocked out that day?
So she had approximately 2 hours to check.
Is there anything else that concerned him about the incident?
Basically that she admitted that she doesn't read the alerts as closely as she probably should.
Does he talk about a time frame for the order and when it went in?
Yes, the order was like 4 days, had gone in 4 days before it was actually noted.
So based on their investigation, excuse me, the order was originally given 4 days prior to the May 19th date.
Yes,
Okay. And then she just went on even after being alerted, she went on to give the allergy medication. She went on I'm sorry, coming back up. She didn't stop at the prompt. Is that correct?
She didn't stop.
Okay.
The-
Will you, the third paragraph there, will you read that?
She admitted that she doesn't read the alerts as closely as she probably should. What she said next concerns me the most. When I stressed the point of potential harm that could have been caused by receiving the medication that the resident was allergic to, her response was, well, we would just give epinephrine and Benadryl.
Okay. So according to this, she just kind of made light of the alert of that situation.
Basically, she provided an action that she felt was appropriate.
Okay. If you look at page 66. Can you tell us what's on page 66 here?
Page 66 is a termination notice for employee Catherine Welch, dated May 24th, 2023.
We read for the record what it says there under circumstances.
An investigation of Dr. Harrison's concerns about the medication order given that was never followed up on. Attached is the write-up and supporting documentation. The nurse had 2 hours to check the secure message between the time Dr. Harrison responded and the time she clocked out for her shift. When she placed the order, 4 days after the original order was given, she received an alert that the system recognized that the resident was allergic to the medication. She acknowledged the alert and moved forward with the order. The pharmacy did not fill the order. They DC'd the order and called the nurse.
All right, thank you. So the facility determined that she waited 4 days to place the order and then overrode an alert.
Correct.
And then they fired her.
Yes.
So that's twice within a year that she's been fired for not following standards and procedures.
That's correct.
On page 78, will you tell us what this is for the record?
'78 is a progress note for a patient.
Hey, Your Honor, I apologize. Can I pause right here? Can we, can I make a request to seal the record since this has patient information in there and it's not redacted?
Absolutely. Granted.
All right, Mr. Jameson, on page 78, are there any allergies listed on this page?
Yes.
Can you tell us what those are?
Levaquin and penicillin.
So someone took the time to enter these allergies, or someone else informed the facilities of this allergy, correct? Because it's in the system.
Correct.
Look at page 81. Can you tell us what this is?
Okay, page 81 is an email from the respondent to one of our former investigators, Hoshina Jones.
Okay. Can, in this statement, you don't have to go over all of it, but did she blame the doctor for sending the order later?
She did reference that the doctor waited until hours later and sent the orders via an instant messaging system.
Okay. And is that consistent with the email that we looked at too, where she stated, or where she said it was hours later as well?
Yes.
Okay. Did she admit in this that she ignored the allergy alert?
Yes.
Do you see where she says they asked what she would do if the patient had a reaction?
Yes, I do see that.
We read from that just to the end of her statement, read that into the record.
They asked what I would do if the patient had an allergic reaction. I told them I would handle it by giving Benadryl, steroids, and epinephrine if needs be. I also smiled and reassured them as much experience I have not only administering meds of almost all areas of medicine, that I was very capable of taking care of an allergic reaction if it was to occur. Yes, later on, they fired me after I texted the administrator and told me he should promote me to a higher position to only see better patient care, but to also save money. They did not like that. So I went to Human Resources the next week and they fired me.
So in her statement, she says she smiled and reassured them that she had plenty of experience. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
She didn't say I smiled and I messed up. Is that what her statement says?
No, not in this email.
In both in both these instances, did she admit to the allegations, one of administering Ativan without an order and then also overriding an alert?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Ms. Hillman, you may ask questions of the investigator now, should you wish.
Obviously, I worded some of my emails wrong, but I don't have any questions for him at this time.
Very good. Mr. Walker, any other witnesses for the board?
No, Your Honor. Board rest.
So the board has completed its case. That's your opportunity, Ms. Hillman, for you to present your case.
The issue at the VA with the med era, that's how I was trained. Whenever I was in orientation, the training I got was you fill out the order and Dr. Sud will come in on Monday and okay the order. I was never shown any protocols. I was never shown any standards of order or policies that ensure this or that deter this. That was the issue at the VA. Then the issue at the nursing home. What was their big complaint? Okay, so I did ignore the alert. I was going through a period of time where I was kind of alert numb, if you will, because there was so many buzzers going off everywhere all the time. So that is my error, and that won't happen again. And I've made changes in my practice to make sure that doesn't happen again. Oh, and also in the VA, I did not, that weekend, I did not find an on-call number. The administrator, and they came back the next week, several days later. I saw in the email that she found it several days later. Anybody could have put it up there several days later. But I should have called Ms. Brewer, which was the director at the time, and I could have called Ms. Carr, which was the administrator at the time. Neither one of them are there anymore. But next time I would do that. The nursing home, whenever I was saying I wouldn't just give medications, like I was just trying to reassure that director there that I knew how to handle an allergic reaction if the need came up. But here again, I mean, there was no protocol orders. And if there was, they were never shown to me on training. But no, I would say I'm not negligent at all. If anything, I went above and beyond what I had to do in the situations that occurred. But I did make some errors. I'm not saying that I didn't make errors. I did make errors. And I have made changes to my practice and what I do whenever I go to work so they don't happen again. And that's all I have to say about that at this time.
Mr. Walker, cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Hillman, for the record, will you state your name, county of residence, and where you currently are employed?
My name is Catherine Lane Welch, and I'm currently unemployed.
Where Before we go to that, what's your educational background? Did you tell them where you attended school, what years?
I have a bachelor's in administration. I graduated at USM in 2007, and I have an associate's in nursing, and I graduated in 2013. I was licensed.
So you were like first license in 2013.
Correct.
Before you were at the VA, where were you at? Where were you at before you were at the VA?
Forest General,
How long were you at Forest General?
2 years.
And what about before Forest General?
I lived in Texas and I worked in Texas.
Were you travel nursing at that time?
I did some travel nursing,
What were you at in Forest General? What were you doing at Forest General? What type of patients?
emergency.
In the emergency room?
Yes.
And what about in Texas? Was it different facilities, different patients? What was the majority?
Yeah, different facilities, different patients, different types of care.
You said you're currently unemployed. When was the last day you worked as a nurse?
Last week,
And where were you working when you got terminated from there? Or I'm sorry, did you get terminated?
yeah, you can say so.
Can you tell us about that incident?
I should have just brought the write-up. My meds were late one night, and the next day with help, the meds were still late. And so they wanted to fire me because of that.
Because of late meds?
Correct.
Where was that at?
The prison in Leakesville.
And where, I'm sorry?
The prison in Leakesville, SMCI.
How long were you at there at the prison?
About a month.
Where were you at before you were at that facility or at the prison? Were you somewhere that,
Merit Health,
how long did you work at Merit Health?
a few months.
Did you leave there or was there an incident with them?
I left there basically because I was asked to resign because I wasn't a good fit, is what they were telling me.
So both of those were this year?
Correct.
When did you leave Merit Health? Roughly what month?
It was around May, I think.
So in May of this year, you resigned from Merit Health and then you worked about a month. So you worked roughly maybe November, December at the prison in Leakesville.
Correct.
And before Merit Health, where were you?
That was I'd have to look back at my resume to be honest. It was in 2023.
So you were in 2020, where were you working in 2023?
Multiple places.
You don't know exactly?
No, I'd have to look back.
The one was at Collins, right, in 2023 at the Veterans Home?
That was in 2022.
I'm sorry, yeah, 2022, okay.
That was right after I left Forest General.
You don't deny you administer the medication without an order, correct?
Correct.
Do you think that's out of scope of practice for an RN?
I do. And I also said multiple times today, and I said it in the emails that were sent 2 years ago, that I couldn't get in touch with the doctor. I did what I thought was best at the time. And what else? Here, I can read the email if I need to. I can read the whole email. Do you want me to do that? Would that be better for you? I don't mind. Okay.
Your preference.
Mr. Jameson, regarding our conversation Friday, December 2nd, 2022, here are the chain of events that happened. On Sunday morning, October 23rd, 2022, I was called to B wing during breakfast. Nurse Kayla Kay said resident BP was.
Actually, Mr. Walker, is that already introduced as an exhibit in the record?
It is.
What exhibit number is it?
B13.
I think we could
Okay.
just take note of the email that is marked as B13. I don't think it's necessary unless you really want to read the whole thing into the record for you to read it, unless,
Mine.
yeah,
It's whatever you-
I think the hearing panel can certainly take a look at it when they step back to do their decisions, so
Okay.
just to save some time.
So you stated that you ignored the alert, but you said you don't deny that either in the statements and today. You said that both, right?
Yes, sir.
You said you were alert known. Can you elaborate on that?
Can you repeat the question?
Earlier, when you were giving testimony, you said that you did ignore the alert and that you had kind of gotten alert known.
Yes. Yes, there have been, so many buzzers going off in so many places I've worked, and not just from like the charting systems, but like from the bed monitors, the vital sign monitors, and it's a constant dinging noise. And so for a while, I was kind of, I guess, buzzer numb, but, I've gone through that and I've been made myself aware of that. So I'm not numb anymore to it, I guess you could say.
So is that a common practice to ignore alerts?
Yeah, every nurse that I work with, yeah, it seems to be pretty common, unfortunately.
To just ignore whatever alert it is, no matter what it is?
I can't speak for everybody else, sir, but just my personal, what I've dealt with in my career for the past several years and what I've personally witnessed.
I'm not, let me rephrase that. I apologize. In speaking for you, does it matter the alert, just whatever alert, you would ignore it?
No, I wouldn't ignore another alert at all.
Previously, when you said you were alert, no, I'm talking about prior.
No, I wouldn't normally ignore an alert, no.
But you said earlier that that was a common thing among nursing to ignore alerts.
Yes, unfortunately so. The last several years I have worked at the bedside, I have noticed alarms just go off, 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 and people just sit there. It's not just nurses.
So in the instance or with the allergy alert, were you going to go ahead and give that patient the medication?
No, because I didn't have an order. I never gave him any medication.
So because it's one thing to see a written statement and take that, I guess, what you will from it. But in your opinion, do you think it's a big deal if a patient has an allergic reaction?
Yes, I do.
So in your statement, you said you just give Benadryl or epinephrine, correct? If they had a reaction?
Yes, that's usually a pretty standard protocol for someone with an allergic reaction. It depends on the dosing, it depends on the patient weight, it depends on several different factors. But yes, those are usually the meds that are given whenever a patient has an allergic reaction.
So if you ignored an alert for an allergy, for example, and that patient had an allergic reaction, that would cause harm, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, do you think a patient wants to have epinephrine or be given Benadryl?
Not unless they need it, I wouldn't think.
So you don't think if I was allergic to morphine, it would cause me harm if I had that given to me?
Yeah, I'm not really understanding your question now or where you're going with this.
Well, because the reason I'm asking is because if you ignore an allergy alert, there is potential for patient harm, correct?
Correct. But in that situation, there were no meds given.
So you've been fired or asked to, or terminated or asked to leave from a few places from your testimony today, from what we have. What do you think the issue is?
Some of it is me working with other staff members, not really the patients. Um, mm. And some of it's, past stress that I've dealt with.
Do you think you have an issue with authority?
No,
Why not? Let me ask it that way, because that's,
why don't you give me more clarification on why you think I do have an issue with an authority figure?
so the way this works is you answer questions.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm not saying you do. Let me rephrase this. Based off your history, why would you say that you don't have a problem with authority?
Because I follow orders and policies well if they are given to me appropriately. But for example, at the VA, I was never given proper instruction and I didn't know that at the time. I did what I was told to do and what in my orientation was given to me to do as far as following orders. So that's what I did.
Um, so do you think that do you understand the standards of the nursing practice and the rules and regulations that are set forth by the board and by the legislature?
Yes, sometimes I have to read them more than one time, but yes, for the most part, yes.
Go back. Your statement on page 81. You said that you don't always check the system, that you only check it once or twice a day, right?
Let me get to that page real quick.
It's on page 81. It's kind of at the top of your statement. It's exhibit B18.
It'll take me just a minute to find it.
So,
Walker, do you have another copy of it for?
uh,
If not, we have an extra binder. That would be easier. Those are all still in order, which may make it easier for her.
thank you.
Thank you. Ready.
Can I ask your question?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, I can't remember what you asked.
Yeah, okay, so in your statement, you talked about, on page 81, you said you only have time to check once or twice a day. You see that on 81 there, kind of at the top. The doctor waited out until hours later and sent orders via instant messaging system that I only check once or twice a day. You see that?
Yes, the instant messaging system, I was talking about that, not the actual charting system where they place orders. Yeah, there was a little pop-up that they use to IM that, or they don't have to, they could use it to IM the staff about whatever. That's my error too. I've never had a doctor use that before. I'd never, that's what I was saying in the very first sentence. I never received these orders. To my knowledge, and I could be wrong, but to my knowledge, a doctor is supposed to give orders verbally, over the phone, in person, and no, that not over instant messaging system. So, the orders were never received. And you're not at work 24 hours a day. So whenever I went home for the day, I reported that off to the night shift nurse, what was going on in the situation, that I had not received orders. And so I put that in this email.
Okay, so did you, via that instant messaging system, did you message the doctor originally?
Hold on just a minute. I can't remember.
Yeah, okay, so it's on page 67.
Okay.
B15.
Yes, yes. I did instant message him originally because I tried to call him a couple of times, and I want to say I left a voicemail too, and I never got a call back. So the staff was like, you can instant IM him, and I was like, oh, how do you do that? And so they showed me, and so that's when I used the IM system.
So here's my question, I guess. So if you had messaged him asking about it, and do you think that's where you would check more often to see if he had replied?
Yeah, if I had to do it over again, yeah, I would check it more often, absolutely. Because I mean, I didn't know this doctor at all. I didn't know what they all do different stuff. So
The other thing I didn't understand is back on your statement on 81. I'll give you a minute before you get there.
okay. Go ahead. 81, you said?
Yes, ma'am. It says toward the bottom there, it's the 1, 2, third line up. You say, yes, later on, they fired me after I texted the administrator and told me he should promote me to a higher position. So did he tell you he should promote you, or was that you?
No, I was going to tell him that because, I mean, but if I had to go back and redo it again, I wouldn't tell him that.
That was you telling him to promote. Why did you think he should promote you?
Well, I would be thinking that, thank goodness this person knows how to treat an allergic reaction, because, I'm going to go ahead and tell you some of the things I witnessed in other states that nurses have done to kill people. It'd make you very uncomfortable. But no, I wouldn't. If I had to go back and do it again, I would never message him, and I definitely wouldn't have asked for a promotion.
In both of these situations with the frustrated, the fight with the patient, we gave the Ativan, and with this incident with the allergy, do you think you handled those correctly, or would you do something differently?
No, that's what no. Overall, I would have handled those situations differently.
Do you take any medication? Are you taking any medication currently for anything?
Not at this time.
In one of your statements in here, I think you mentioned a divorce or a rough divorce. Do you have a counselor, anybody you talk to, or anything like that?
Not really, not right now.
Have you before?
Yes.
How long or how often?
It was about a year ago, and it was just for a few months.
I'm gonna go to page 85, and this is it 85? Yeah, this is the email you sent me. Can you explain to me why? Because when I informed you your ASP was rejected, you said, would the state have access to my private personal emails and text message? Why would you think that was the case?
Well, because my ASP got just suddenly rejected. So that's why I asked.
Was there any reason particular that you would think we had access to your emails or text messages? Why would that cause your ASP to be rejected?
I don't know. I don't have anything, to hide, but I'm just saying, I mean,
Well, there's
never can tell.
on page 88, sorry, not page 88. It's not, I apologize. Do, do you think this panel should take action on your license? Let me ask that.
No,
Can you tell us why not?
because this is the first time I've ever had to sit in front of a board like this. And I made the mistakes and I hate that I made those mistakes at the time. If I could go back and do it again, I would redo it and handle the situations differently. And, reacted, or maybe not reacted at all, acted differently, be more proactive, if you will. And, I would have done that. And I would have done something I would have done totally different. I wouldn't have gave that medication at the VA. I would have called the director. I wouldn't have given a med at all. So, if I didn't have an order for it, and if I felt like the instructions that were given to me were not accurate, which I did think that, but I went against that gut feeling that you have, which was a mistake. So that won't happen again. And it hasn't happened again.
Do you think it's a cause for concern? Because since at least 2022, you've been terminated from several different facilities, according to your testimony, as recently as last week. Do you think that's cause for concern for the panel, or should be a cause for concern?
Mm. Uh, I mean, I would say no, but some people may disagree with that. So
Why do you think they might disagree with that?
because nursing is a revolving door at a lot of facilities, unfortunately.
So you think it's, are you saying it's normal to be at that many facilities or be terminated from that many facilities in that amount of time?
I don't know what's normal anymore.
No further question, John.
So do you prefer Ms. Welch as opposed to Ms. Hillman?
That's fine.
Ms. Welch?
That's fine. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any other witnesses, any other information you'd like to say at this time?
No, ma'am.
So we're going to switch over to the closing statements. Mr. Walker, do you have a closing statement? I'm so sorry, the hearing panel. The hearing panel may want to ask some questions.
I was just wondering, how many times in your nursing career have you verbally abused a patient?
I haven't verbally abused a patient at all, as far as I know.
Do you consider let me find it, where you stated and you have witnesses to this, oh man, if you hit me, I will drop kick you in your knees. That's page 21, I'm sorry. The packet she gave, yeah, that may be easier, I'm not sure.
I didn't say that to the patient. I told him,
How much she's referring to, Ms. Welch?
I do, I'm looking back because it's the same thing I thought that I typed. But let me find the email though again.
And then in your statement, it looks like on page 41, I am now going to give you this shot to help you calm down. If you hit or something to change or do anything physical, we will have to take you down. Don't try it.
Well, how should I better handle that? What should I have said that would have been better?
Ms. Welch,
I don't know. I'm curious.
difficult, but
It is.
just answer the question as best you can and just answer the question as best you can.
What was your question? I'm sorry.
How many times have you verbally
For
abused?
verbally abuse. I've never verbally abused a patient. Is this what you're considering verbal abuse?
Yes.
Okay, I guess once then. This would be the first time.
So your experience at ER where you run across have you ever said anything like that to patients in your experience working in ER?
No.
In nursing school, were you taught to always have doctor's orders in order to administer a treatment or medication or anything like that, the correct procedures?
Yes, ma'am. We were taught that you do have to always have a doctor's order. If the doctor's not present, they have standing orders or protocol orders that you have to
Did this
follow.
facility have a standing or protocol to give, Ativan? Wasn't it Ativan?
Mhm.
Okay, Ativan.
I was never shown the orders, the standing orders, if you will. I was told and shown that you write, if it's on a weekend, you write the order on the order, the little handwritten order notes, and that Dr. Sud comes in the next week and approves them. That's how I was taught at the VA in Collins.
Okay. Could you have refused to do that procedure in that facility?
I should have.
Let's see. Y'all can ask if you want to go review my notes.
Ms. Welch, at the VA, where you was working? When you was hired in, how long were you there?
I was there about 8 months, I think.
Where did you come from?
Forest General.
So when you went there and there was orientation, did you ask about the standing orders?
At Forest General.
Custom to standing orders there.
Yeah, they always have, it's differently in emergency and trauma because you always have a doctor or nurse practitioner right there present with you. Whereas at a facility like the VA, you don't always have a doctor or a nurse practitioner. You're, sometimes you're there by yourself. So
Did you ask that in your orientation?
I honestly don't remember, ma'am.
Tell me, how long you been out of school?
12 years now.
Were you at the beginning of school? Tell me what they taught you about medication.
You always have to have a doctor's order to give the medication. Right patient, right name, right MRN number. No, wait. Right med, right dose, right time, right place, and right route.
Did they tell you anything about allergies that you should always observe those?
To observe for allergies, yes.
They tell you to ever overlook things?
No, ma'am.
Did you realize when you overlooked it, that that patient could be in harm?
At the time, no, because I constantly observe my patients, and so I was already looking at him and knowing that he wasn't having a reaction at the time.
When you got there on the beginning of the shift, did you look at the notes or anything? Did you look at history, notes, or did you just take it on the report?
I take report and I look at their chart to see if they've got any new orders. And then I go do a visual and see how they're doing. Sometimes I go do the visual first. It just depends on what's going on.
Do you feel like you're safe?
Yes, I do.
Have you had to do?
I would not have given that medication at the VA. I would have called the director or the administrator. I would have got more clarification on their protocols. And the same thing at the nursing home. I would have asked more questions to different people if I didn't get, I guess, if you will, a normal answer.
When you put a patient on sick call, what does that mean?
That means, if I remember correctly, it's where you write, like, it's kind of like an order for the doctor to see them the next time they come in, like for the doctor to see them first maybe or second the next time they come in, because there's a lot of people they have to see.
Okay. And where was the patient located when the Ativan was given?
I can't remember if it was in the hallway or if it was outside. I can't remember.
Okay, so where would you have, how often would you have gone and observed that patient because of the alert warning? You know, were you thinking anaphylactic or like within minutes, were you sitting
It was
there?
a different patient. The allergic reaction's a different patient.
No, I'm talking about the same patient. If you gave Ativan and you had an alert, you overrode the Ativan because they were allergic to it. How long were you observing this patient just to make sure they did not have an allergic reaction as they did, I'm assuming in the past, since it was listed.
I would,
Or you did, what did you?
well, I didn't give any meds, but I observed him for more symptoms of, and signs and symptoms of infection, like fever. I took his vital signs more. I was looking for fever, tachycardia, um, increase or sudden decrease in the blood pressure, shortness of breath.
That,
Yes, ma'am, I took his vital signs.
okay. Okay, and then when you worked at Comfort Care, what policy and procedure did you not follow? That's on page, I think, 64. Yes, failure to follow policy and procedure, page 64. What's the disciplinary notice?
Just have the record reflect that Lacey Gentry, who is serving as an alternate, has had to leave the hearing room at this moment to take a call, but will proceed in her absence.
Um, sorry, I'm trying to find that piece of paper.
Nursing home.
Comfort Care.
Mhm.
And what was the question again about this?
I was just wondering if, the policy and procedure you were disciplined on page 64, 63, was that a medication error or what policies?
Well, I mean, I never did give any meds, so I didn't follow, I mean, there was no physician orders to follow because there was never any orders received.
Okay. So what other policy or procedure was it? Said a failure to follow. Is that related to page 63? We Comfort Care facility.
It's related, but I'm not sure what they're referring to by violation class A, number 22, failure to follow a policy or procedure. I'm not sure.
Page 63 was, a concern that an order was placed. The original order was 4 days and, an alert was received that the resident was allergic to that medication and the pharmacy DC'd the order and called the nurse, so worry. It seems like that was the same incident of trying to give a medication that the patient was allergic to.
No, ma'am, I never tried to give any medication at the nursing home.
Can you tell me when you've had several nursing jobs, you have to go through a period of orientation usually. Were you ever given copies of the policies and procedures and your job description at any of these places?
Not at these places, not that I can recall. So no.
And correct me if I'm wrong, you were talking about in the nursing report or when you were hired at the VA that you were told that you could write the order and a doctor would come in on Monday and sign behind you on that order if you couldn't get in touch with someone over the weekend. Am I correct in that?
Yes, that's what I was educated to do during my orientation process there.
That's something you learned in nursing school?
No,
And I believe you told Mr. Walker that you do not currently take any medication, and have you been on any regular medication since your nursing career?
yes, I take medication sometimes that's prescribed to me for ADHD.
And I'm assuming you see a physician to follow up with that.
Yes.
Was that on the protocol?
No, because I was never shown any protocol orders or anything.
So where did you get that? Did you just use the additive? Where did you come up with giving the additive?
I checked his orders on what he had in the past.
So you had taken it before?
Correct.
He was allergic to?
Ativan? Oh, I don't remember if he was allergic or not to my knowledge, but
Are you nervous here today?
yeah.
When you were at the VA, was it typical for the DON or the nursing home administrator to write scripts or physician orders for medication? Did you ever see either of them do that?
Yeah, I saw other nurses and staff do it frequently, actually.
So given that you didn't bring the actual written policy, maybe never received the written policy, you believe that was the policy that the physician could come in and sign off on orders that were written either by the nursing home administrator or the DON on a weekend or after shift?
Correct.
And then turning to not the VA, but the nursing home. I'm looking at the instant messenger text messages. And tell me if this seems fair. It looks like you asked by instant messenger about something for this particular patient at 11:57 a.m. And then the physician didn't respond to you until 4:58 p.m. Does that sound right? I'm looking at page 67. I think my question is going to be, when did you get off shift? Was that literally 2 minutes before you got off shift?
Yes, I was working PRN there, and sometimes I would come in for 8 hours, and other times I would come in for 12 hours. It just depended on whatever they needed at the time.
I was just trying to piece together, if you got off shift almost simultaneous with that instant messenger message about the prescription, you said you were, I believe you had the weekend off and you didn't come back in until Monday, right?
Correct.
Any questions based off of mine? Now, Mr. Walker, would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hillman has admitted to administering medication which she did not have an order. It's a violation of the Nurse Practice Act. She also admitted that she overrode an allergy alert. That she later downplayed that was not a big deal and said if the patient had received the medication, you could just administer epinephrine or Benadryl. There's no question that overriding an alert does not meet the standard of the nursing practice. And that she also acted in a manner that was inconsistent with the health and safety of someone under her care. What should be the most concerning is that at the time, today she has now taken some accountability for her actions, is that she downplayed them. These are all clear violations of the Nurse Practice Act, and as such, we would respectfully request the board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on the license of Ms. Hillman. Thank you.
Well, would you like to give a closing statement?
I just have one more question. What policy is it that says that instant messaging is acceptable to receive an order?
Sorry, the questions can't ask at this point.
Oh.
It's now through both cases, and all that's left is if you'd like to make a closing statement, you can. If not, the board will step back and deliberate.
Okay, I have nothing else to say.
At this time, we will hold the hearing in recess, and if I could ask for a motion to go into a closed session. All in favor? We actually don't need a second on a closed, so all in favor? Any opposed? And then a motion to go into an executive session for the panel to deliberate regarding disciplinary action. A second? All in favor? Any opposed? Great. All right. We're actually going to recess altogether because I understand that it's time for lunch. So after the lunch break, the board will go ahead and deliberate and then thereafter come back and provide its decision. So it'll be take an hour for lunch. 45 minutes. We'll take 45 for the lunch break, and then the hearing panel will deliberate. So maybe about an hour and 15 minutes. Oh, okay. We'll multitask then. We'll be back out in about 45 minutes then. We'll all stand in recess at 12 o'clock. So we are now back on the record. If I could have a motion for us to come back out into an open session.
Make a motion.
In a second.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? We are now back into an open session. During the deliberation in the executive session, the hearing panel considered all the exhibits and the testimony of the witnesses presented herein. And they did find by the clear and convincing evidence that was produced that the respondents, Ms. Hillman, Ms. Welch, did violate the sections of the code which were provided by the complaints. Just looking for those, so I can specify which ones those were.
Should be on page 7 or 5, those exhibits.
I pulled mine out to take a look at it.
Is this what you're trying to?
It is.
It's the amended.
Thank you. Yes, it is. It is violation of section 73, 25, 29, 2 counts, and then by an amended complaint as well. There is a third charge that the board hearing panel did find the respondent guilty, and as a result, the hearing panel has opted to suspend your nursing license for a period of 180 days with stipulations. If you complete the stipulations sooner than that 180 days, then you can certainly appear back before another hearing panel and ask that your license be restored at that time. But during the period of time of the suspension, which we'll provide as 180 days to begin with, you will be issued a formal reprimand. You will need to pay a fine of $500 to the board. You will be required to undergo a psychiatric or psychological evaluation within 90 days. We would ask that you do that sooner, and if there are any recommendations, that will give you ample time to implement those during the period of suspension. Also, during this period of time, the hearing panel is asking that you complete certain classes, educational classes. Those courses will be provided to you in the final order, so no need to write them down, but they include such things as conflict management, ethical decision-making, upholding the standard, professional accountability, pharmacology, current practice, and I believe that was the ones that we have. So we will provide, the hearing panel will provide the names of those classes. But again, if you complete those stipulations, you can seek reinstatement. However, if granted reinstatement or restoration of your license following this period of suspension, your license itself will be restricted for a period of time, for another 6 months. So when you receive that license again, you will have certain restrictions, such as being limited to a single state license. Are you currently, do you have a license in Texas still?
Yes, it was a multi-pack.
So with reinstatement, you'll be limited to the single states license in Mississippi. Each employer will have to be provided with a copy of your final order. Employer reports will need to be provided. Indirect supervision during the 6 months that you have restrictions on your license. Yeah, you'll be required to be supervised by a registered nurse or by an LPN. Again, more details will be contained in that final order. I'll be happy to read it to you if you prefer at this time. You'll be limited to maximum hours during a 2-week period to 88 hours. Like I said, I don't want to belabor points, but of course you'll have to keep the board apprised as to any changes in your name, address, or telephone numbers, and any non-compliance. So if you violate any terms during the period of time that you have a restricted license, that in and of itself is cause to bring you back before the board where further disciplinary action can be taken. You have questions at this time? I know I skimmed over just the highlights of the provisions, but do you have any questions?
Am I going to get a copy of that to leave with today, or?
This is just a cheat sheet for us to outline the notes. I will take the findings of fact, because of course they make determinations of fact and conclusions at law to base the final decision. I will draft that into a final order, and you will be provided a copy. That won't be provided to you it may be a little while, there's 45 days that it has to be completed, so you'll definitely get it within that 45-day period of time. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. We will adjourn this hearing and we will move on to our next hearing.
Yes, Your Honor.
You want to take Heather Rayburn or the next, the other one?
Ms. Hardy's here. If we can take Ms. Hardy, please. I believe, provided y'all with a copy. It's not in y'all's.
We will call this hearing to order at almost 1 p.m. today on December 5th, 2024 at the Office of the Board of Nursing. This is in the matter of the licensure of P334984 issued to Jennifer Ann Hardy. Case number 2024-0850. My name is Kim Turner, Ms. Hardy. I'm an Assistant Attorney General of the Attorney General's Office. I am serving as the hearing officer to this hearing panel here today. My job will be to rule upon objections to any evidence or testimony introduced into the record during this proceeding, to ensure to the orderly matter in which this proceeding is carried forward, and to also ensure that all the rules and statutes are followed in both the conduct of the hearing and in the panel's deliberations. In conducting the hearing, as a hearing officer and the hearing panel, neither are bound to the formal rules of civil procedure or the rules of evidence. If you've ever been in a court of law before, those rules are applicable, but in an administrative context, they are not. So there shouldn't be any wild objections or anything that looks very dramatic. I would ask that the members of the hearing panel introduce themselves for the record, starting on my left, please.
Beverly Oliver, Orion.
Lacey Gentry, Orion.
Nancy Woods Johnson, LPN.
Harley Walker, LPN.
And Ms. Walker, are you serving as the alternate this time? Oh, you are. Okay, very good. I see that, Mr. Walker, would you like to introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Brandon Walker, attorney for the board.
And Ms. Hardy, you are the respondent in this matter, correct? Okay. And I don't see anyone with you here today. Did you understand that you had the right to bring an attorney here with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And that you have the right to be represented by counsel?
Ma'am.
And that this proceeding could adversely affect your license to practice in the state of Mississippi?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand, which I assume you received some notice of this proceeding? I understand, would you have understood that you had the right to bring a witness or witnesses with you to offer testimony during your case?
Yes, ma'am, they offered, but I said it would be okay.
And do you understand that you have the right to cross-examine any witnesses which the board may provide during this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that the board, if you had requested, would have or could have subpoenaed any witnesses or documents that could have been provided in defense of or in your case?
Yes, ma'am.
Being advised, further advised of your rights, both within the notice of hearing and now here today, you are still willing to move forward voluntarily and freely with this hearing? Yes. Very good then. I don't see anybody with you, so, and you have no witnesses with you here today.
No.
And so you'll just be testifying on your own, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so in front of you is a court reporter, and I would ask Mr. Walker, any witnesses that you'll be calling, if we could raise our right hand and face the court reporter so we could swear in the witnesses.
Can you solemnly swear?
And Mr. Walker, do you have exhibits that you would like to introduce into the record?
Yes, Your Honor. V1 through V7.
And I know this is happening rather hurriedly, but Ms. Hardy, have you had the opportunity to review V1 through V7? Do you have any objection to introducing those exhibits into what will be the record? And I know you're nervous and I know that you know where I'm going, but let me finish before you answer because she's trying to take down exactly what we said, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Hearing no objection to the introduction of B1 through B7, I would ask that those be entered into the record of this matter and be marked by the court reporter. Okay. And What, did you have anything else?
Yeah, I was gonna, Your Honor, because we didn't, I wanted to, for the record state, we never got, it's in the exhibits here, we never got service on Miss Hardy. I just wanted to make sure she was okay waiving service and proceeding, if I missed that.
Yes, Ms. Hardy. Okay, so you understand pursuant to the applicable rules that you're entitled to notice of hearing and a copy of the complaint so many days before you actually have to appear at a hearing, right? And even though you didn't receive, or those formalities were not met in this particular hearing, you're waiving your right to that service process and still participating in this hearing today.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. And did you bring any documents or anything with you that you would want added to the record in addition to the board's exhibits?
No, ma'am.
This case, though I said that it's not necessarily a trial like you would see in court, but it's an administrative hearing, it still kind of looks like a trial. So we'll start with opening comments. Because the board bears the burden of proof, the board will go first in every aspect. So opening statements, like a closing statement, they're persuasive. They're not real arguments. They're not evidence. So you can make one or you can choose not to. It won't count against you. Once opening statements are concluded, the board will move forward with its case by calling its witnesses. You can cross-examine those witnesses. The panel may examine those witnesses. And then once the board rests its case, we'll turn to you, Ms. Hardy, and you can present your case through your own testimony. Likewise, Mr. Walker may cross-examine you, and members of the hearing panel may likewise ask you questions. And then at the conclusion, each side, of course, may make a closing statement. Again, not evidence, not required. At the end of the presentation of both cases, the hearing panel will enter into what's called an executive session. So they'll leave the room where they can deliberate. They can agree upon what the proof has shown as far as the facts, and they'll come to conclusions regarding the allegations in this particular matter and decide upon an appropriate action, if any. Okay? With all that said, do I have any other preliminary matters?
No, Your Honor.
Would you like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Hardy is before the panel because she entered into it. The Louisiana Board of Nursing revoked her license to practice nursing on August 6, 2024. Louisiana Board revoked her license because she failed to complete certain stipulations that she agreed to complete in a consent order she entered into on October 15th, 2020. Ms. Hardy also holds a single state Mississippi LPN license, and today the evidence will show that the board has the authority to discipline a nurse that has license revoked in another jurisdiction. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hardy, would you like to make any opening statement to the panel?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Walker, will you call your first witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The board calls Mr. Dwayne Jameson. Mr. Jameson, will you state your name, county of residence, and your current place of employment for the record?
Dwayne Jameson, I live in Hines County and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing
And how long have you worked for the board?
since March of '91.
Can you speak to what your duties are at the board?
I'm the director of criminal background checks and investigation.
Are you familiar with the investigative process here at the board that investigates licensees?
Yes,
Would you please turn to page, identify that for the record?
okay, this is a license verification for Jennifer Ann Hardy,
When does it say she was licensed in Mississippi?
March 6, 2017.
If you would, please flip over to page 7 and identify that for the record.
Page 7 is a copy of the complaint.
And can you tell us what the sole charge is against Ms. Hardy?
Respondent has had a license or privilege to practice as a registered nurse or a licensed practical nurse suspended or revoked in any jurisdiction, has voluntarily surrendered such a license or privilege to practice in any jurisdiction, has been placed on probation as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction, or has been placed under a disciplinary order in any manner as a registered nurse or licensed practical nurse in any jurisdiction.
Are there any facts in that complaint that support that charge?
Yes.
Can you just state what those are for the record, please?
Okay, specifically, on or about August 6, 2024, the respondent's license to practice nursing was revoked by the Louisiana State Board of Practical Nurse Examiners for failure to comply with the stipulations contained in its October 15, 2020 consent order.
Okay, thank you. Would you flip over to page 9? And would you state what that is for the record as well?
Page 9 is a copy of an order suspending the respondent's license by the Mississippi Board of Nursing.
What date was that order signed?
It was ordered and signed on October 14th, 2024.
So that order suspended her license, is that correct?
Yes.
If we look at page 12, can you identify that for the record?
Page 12 is a copy of a consent agreement / order between Jennifer Beamer and the Louisiana State Board of Practical Nurse Examiners.
Do you see right there where it says, under finding of facts, under number 1, where that question is asked, do you see that?
Yes, I see number 1.
Okay, can you read that for the record? You just read number 1 right there and then the response under there.
Okay. The Louisiana State Board of Practical Nurse Examiners received the respondent's 2020 renewal application and fee where she answered yes to eligibility question number 6 on her application when asked, since your last renewal for any criminal offense not previously reported to the board, including those pending appeal, have you, and you may only exclude minor traffic violation, but must report all DUI charges / convictions. And the response was, been arrested or have any pending criminal charges, been cited or charged with any violation of the law.
And under that, what did it say she stated?
She stated that she was arrested on October 11th, 2019, along with 3 other subjects that were at her home upon serving a search warrant for her son.
Okay. If you flip over to, you said this was a consent order that they did. Look over to page. On page 23. I believe these, if you can, for the record state, does this contain certain stipulations or requirements, I should say, in this order?
Yes.
Page 23. You see where it says under violations, failure to comply?
Yes, I do see that.
Can you state what that says for the record?
Okay, failure to comply with any section of this order related to drug screens, treatment plans, and or regarding personal substance abuse, whether prescription drugs or illegal drug, may result in suspension of up to a 4-year period without a hearing before the board.
Okay. And on page, if you flip over to page 25, you see where, can you identify what that is right there, it appears to be?
Page 25 is document from the Louisiana State Board of Practical Nurse Examiners addressed to Jennifer Beamer regarding license revocation.
What, in that first paragraph, what does it state?
On October 15th, 2020, you consented to an order with the board suspending your practical nursing license. During the suspension period, you were required to follow certain stipulations as indicated in your order.
Okay, and just read that second paragraph also, please.
To date, you have failed to comply with your order. You have missed multiple check-ins to Affinity Health or random drug screens and failed to submit specimens when notified to do so.
And what's this letter titled at the top here?
License revocation.
Okay, so does it appear from what she has that this letter was notified her the license had been revoked?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Party, do you prefer to go find Ms. Party or Ms. Beamer? Party.
Divorce now. Thank you.
Ms. Party, do you have any questions for this witness?
No.
Walker, do you have any other witnesses you'd like to call at this time?
Hey, Your Honor, state rest.
So with the state having rested its case, Ms. Party, you're certainly now able to offer your own testimony in your case.
Yes, ma'am. What they're saying I did. I don't object to that. I done my classes. I'm sorry. I done my classes. My 2 classes is ordered. I done my psych eval as ordered. I checked in with Infinity for like almost a year and a half because I could afford to. And then my mom, she got breast cancer. So she could not work. I had to help her pay her bills, so I couldn't pay to do drug tests. I reached out to my caseworker when my mom got through her chemo and stuff. She was able to go back to work until she currently retired. So she did get better after her mastectomies and chemo. And I started checking back in. Well, a couple months ago, my fiance was diagnosed with ADEM. It's a rare medical condition and everything, and it's affecting his nerves and his spine and things. So we was back and forth at the hospital with him. I was still checking in. And I had received to where, I had to continue my check-ins, and I was. Never failed a drug test, never used drugs. How it all happened with the arrest, my apartment is on the property with my sons. They were 18 and 19 at that time. They were selling drugs while I was at work and smoking marijuana, and I was unaware of it. They come in, they arrested everyone on the property. Everyone was charged. I do not deny that. I spent 10 days in jail. All charges were dropped against me because I had no knowledge. They had searched my apartment and everything. Nothing was found in my area. I self-reported to board because Louisiana says if you are arrested, not convicted, you need to report it. I reported. So that's how the order become about. Well, this second time back to him, he was doing his ADM therapy and everything. He's getting IVIG therapy. And we had went to bed. I got up like routine around 5:30, 6 o'clock. I check in every morning. That way I can prepare my day. And I can tell my employer if I need to go out on my lunch break to test, because I would go to work, tell them, hey, I've been selected today. They knew what that meant. And I would go test, for my drug screening for the day. Never failed a test. My psychiatrist that I would go see randomly test me, never failed a test for her. Woke up one morning, I was selected that morning. It was my day off. We were getting ready to go to vacation the next day for his birthday. And when he woke up, when I woke him up, he didn't look right. He had slurred speech, drooping, not familiar with ADM and everything going on with it. I took him to the emergency room and he had had a stroke in his sleep. So we went from that emergency room by ambulance to Baton Rouge to where he was admitted. So I missed my test that day. It slipped my mind that I needed to go test. So yes, I did it. I missed my check-in test that day. So they took my license because I messed up, because I should have tested. That's it.
Mr. Walker, do you have cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, just a few questions. Sorry, do you need a minute?
No, it's okay.
Can you state your name, your county of residence, and where you're currently employed?
Jennifer Hardy. I currently reside in Adams County, and I'm currently working at Sonic
How long have you been, excuse me, how long have you been working at Sonic?
since October 15th, when my license was suspended.
Can you tell the board your educational background?
I graduated from Central Louisiana Technical College in Fairday, Louisiana. With my LPN, I went and took NCLEX in Baton Rouge that December, to where I had passed and had been working as an LPN up until then.
Where all of you worked as an LPN? I don't need the whole, but in
No, it's okay. It's not a lot. I worked at Heritage Manor, which is in Fairday, Louisiana, for 9.5 years. It's a geriatric skilled facility. And I worked there until I found out that Louisiana had took action against my license and everything. And I spoke with my DON and my administrator. We had a sister facility in Mississippi, and they transferred me from their facility to the Adams County facility to work up under my Mississippi license, since I still had my Mississippi license and wasn't charged with anything. And I worked there from that point in time up until October 15th. I left one time. I had gotten sick with the flu and I had took off from work, and I didn't go back whenever that happened because I wanted to see the hype with the travel nurse thing. So I done some travel nursing through Shift Key throughout Mississippi. And I done some PRN because I wanted some wound care experience. I done some PRN with MedCentris out of Baton Rouge. Their main company is out of Baton Rouge. I done on a wound care team with them through the River Park facility. And other than the PRN travel through Shift Key, that's it.
Can you kind of tell us a little bit about the incident? What resulted in you getting this consent order?
The arrest, the initial consent order.
Yes, ma'am, that was in October of 2020.
Yes, sir. Whenever my children went to jail that October, and whenever we was going through trial and everything, I went ahead to renew early because I didn't wait till December. When the open enrollment come up, it asked the question, as you've seen in the consent, or have you been charged with anything? And I said yes. I told my side of the story, what had happened during that time I was going to court and everything. So whenever all the charges were dropped against me, I got my notarized paperwork from the clerk of court's office and I sent it to the board showing to where everything had been dropped against me, but they were still already taking action, because it also shows on my paperwork, if you look at the consent and everything that they sent me, it shows to where it says misappropriation of resident items or something like that. And all of that was looked up because they also went to my jobs, and during my time frame at Heritage over those 9 years, me and others, we were wrote up because we were doing the paper Mars during that time, and a medication was supposed to have been DC'd. It was DC'd on the order, DC'd on the paper mark. It did not carry over the next month. Medical records didn't catch it and carry it over. So when they done the audit on the Mars, it showed to where we had still continued giving the medication. They didn't write us up for a medication error, but they wrote us up for a documentation error because we had all been signing that we had been given it. It was a vitamin and we had been signing it. So that's where the other things on the consent shows up at.
All right.
But the main thing led from the arrest.
So this consent order with Louisiana, you signed this, is that right? Is this your
Yes.
signature on here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, I was just gonna make sure. And I see on here, you had to pay a fine and your license was on probation.
Yes, sir.
You had to do a chemical dependency, is that right?
Yes, sir. I done that with my psychiatrist. That's how I met her. She done my psych eval, my chemical dependency. Miss Iva Ward in Faraday, Louisiana.
Do you know when you did that evaluation?
I done right after the consent was signed. I had done that with her. I think it was like within the first 30 days or so. I had made my appointment. I went and seen her, and I followed up with her a few other times. And just here recently, after I got the order with you all, I called her and everything to give her an update of what was going on. And she brought me back in, and I've done seen her 3 times since the order from you all.
Do you know the results or what that evaluation said?
She basically said that I did not have any dependencies on anything. I've never taken, I don't even take a leave or Tylenol hardly. I'm not on any medication, never been on any medication. She randomly drug tested me. She would call me and, to random drug screen just as long as well as, I'm sorry, as well as with the Infinity that the state board had me. She done it also. So she didn't see anything, but she also documented my children's history and stuff, which, I mean, my children were at straight. God brought them back. I'll say that. You know, I'm probably not supposed to say that in court, but they both done a year and a half in jail, and she documented everything about that. They went through a drug program. Both of them did. One of them's a driller for on-land rig, and the other one has his CDLs and drives for a company. But I'm still in trouble. And I accept that. Those are my children, so, and that's a life that they chose and had to live and learn from.
So they made you drug screen based, that was part of the consent order, right?
Yes, sir, through Infinity. And it, in the beginning, right before my mom got sick, I was testing anywhere from 2 to 4 times a month, and it was costing $80 each time I had to test. So I just couldn't afford it.
Did you have any positive drug screens?
No, sir, never.
And you said you currently don't take any medication?
No, sir.
Have you ever done any type of illicit?
No, sir. Now, I will not say I do not drink. I'm not a heavy drinker, but at a holiday Christmas party or a social event or something like that, I will have 1 or 2 glasses of wine. I'm not gonna drive though, but I will have my wine or a margarita. Yes, sir.
If the board asked you to do another evaluation, would you be willing to do that?
Yes, sir. I would do whatever I need to do.
And you understand the only charge against you today is that you got an action in another jurisdiction, correct?
Yes, sir, I do.
You don't deny that's what happened.
I do not deny that at all.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. The hearing panel may have some questions for you now.
Yes, ma'am.
I do. I heard you say the long-term care facility you were employed by in Louisiana transitioned you to a facility in Mississippi, a
Yes,
sister facility. Okay, tell me, other than, you know, your Louisiana license, they didn't have to do that.
No, ma'am.
Why did they do that?
I'm loyal to my employers. I love my people. When I say my people, I'm not just talking about my coworkers and my bosses. I love the elderly. Geriatrics is my passion. We have a lot of old people who don't have family, who don't have friends, or the family they did have passed away and they didn't have children. So we're their family. We go in and we have to take care of them. On holidays, we might be the only one to bring them a gift. We don't have to, but in my heart, we do. You know, it's not written in stone, do this, do that. But when you love what you do, when you love your people, as I call them my people, you do extra. So I guess that's why I didn't ask them to. And currently I'm still with the sister facility. And when the board order come in, I woke up, checked my email, cooked breakfast, got him up on our normal routine like before. And I checked my email and I called my DON then and I told her, I said, Miss Renee, I have an order from the board. I know I'm supposed to be here at work today. I can't come to work until I go to court. And she's like, come in, let's do paperwork. We're going to put you on an extended leave. We're just going to say that you have, you know, some issues and you just need an extended time off. We're not doing FMLA or any of that. We're giving you a break because it's a nursing crisis right now. We're short nurses. My kids are grown. I have grandbabies, but I work, you know. Whenever I say I work, I'll go in and I'll work 80 hours in 1 week, you know, and then I'll do 50 in another just to make sure that somebody's there to take care of the patients. If another nurse needs time off for her kids and she's got younger, I'll be there. And I guess they know that. That's why they done it.
Does Renee also do your evaluations?
Yes, ma'am.
How often are you evaluated?
They were doing it once every 3 months until Louisiana stopped, and now they haven't done it because I hadn't had nobody to do it for.
What did your evaluations contain? when you were evaluated? What were the remarks made by your supervisor?
Before Renee, it was Miss Natasha Poole, and before her, it was Katrina Seaver. Basically, they would just, report me coming to work, making sure I was on time, no disciplines, no write-ups or anything like that. If I had took vacation during that period, they would make sure to let them know, I was off these hours because I was supposed to work so many hours per little period, things like that.
Were the evaluations positive?
Yes, ma'am.
No issues?
No, ma'am.
Help me understand the vitamin documentation. I don't quite understand how that.
A lot of facilities, well, I think most of them now have went to computers, but before our facility wasn't. Everything was written out. So if we got if the doctor come in or made rounds or gave an over the phone order or anything, we write it in the chart. Okay, then we write it from the chart to the MAR. Well, at the end of the month, medical records is supposed to pull up all the charts and all the MARs, which it's a lot on, just one or two nurses. They're supposed to take all the orders throughout the month and compare them to the MAR and make sure that it doesn't carry over to the next month on the MAR. And it was just an oversight. That's the only thing I can say. She was comparing the MARs to what was written out from the previous month to the next month before she put them out for us to use them on the floor to do the medication pass and stuff. And she didn't catch it. She didn't catch to where it had been DC'd on that MAR, and she wrote it on the next month's MAR. So
You administered medications that weren't ordered because of clerical error.
yes, ma'am, all of us did, and I was one of them.
And you said vitamins and what else?
It was just some vitamins. I think it was like a multivitamin or a multivitamin with mineral or something like that of that nature.
What are your son's sobriety dates?
They actually went into jail in December of 2019. They come out of jail May of 2021, and both of them have been clean since they come out of jail. They got clean in jail through the drug program and not having access or whatever the case might have been. And neither one of them have done anything since. When they come out of jail, they was on probation for a year and a half with random drug screens and stuff. The officers come in by their houses and everything, and they never failed their drug test. And both of them get random tested at their job because one of them's a truck driver. Like I said, my youngest son, he's a truck driver, so of course they do random drug testing. My oldest one, he gets random drug tested because he runs a drilling rig. He's the driller for the rig, so of course they're gonna test them also.
Do you think you're safe to practice nursing at this point?
Yes, ma'am.
Why do you say that?
Because of my passion for my people, I would never jeopardize or hurt not only my elderly people, you, him, the lady at McDonald's who messed up my order a while ago. I don't have that type of heart or soul. I want to be able to take care of people that way. My mom went through cancer. My fiance, his ADM. I see the way some of the new nurses and old nurses treat people. I want to be one of the ones that make a difference. That way, when you're sick or your child's sick and you come in, if you have to have surgery and you come to my long-term care unit or my skilled unit, you and your family can go back and say, hey, I got good care by this nurse here at this place here. That way, not only is my company doing good because of, the word of mouth of good care, but I'm doing good because people respect me and they like the fact that, hey, she's good to us. If it's a problem, I know I can go to her, and that reflects me, my family, my community, my nursing instructors, because I work with some of them as coworkers now, just as a whole, the way we were raised.
Who is your support system?
both of my sons, both of them's called me and texted me since I've been in here when I went on lunch. They're like, Mom, are you okay? Because they kind of feel responsible for the whole situation happening. My mom and my dad, both of them, both of them still alive, blessings. Both of them, my fiance, he's, still going through his health issues, but he's done called and text, hey, is everything okay? Do you need anything? He even, let me bring his big truck up here. So if you see a big truck out there, country boy truck, I had to climb in it to get here because my car is messed up. My grandmothers are gone, but I've got my brother, my sister-in-law, we're a tight family. And I have not just blood family, but I have my supervisors, my DOE, and she come to Sonic just to get out and hug me and say, hey, do you need anything? Do you need a bill paid? It made a difference because it showed that she cared and she's there. I've got a charge nurse who, since I've been gone, has moved to a different facility in a different position and everything. But, she's still texting. She's retiring in June, but she's there, so
Thank you.
thank you.
Where do you currently live?
I currently live in Mississippi now. Whenever everything happened with my children, I was living in Louisiana in Concordia Parish because I had my apartment and I gave them the big house because I wasn't staying with 18 and 19-year-old sons. And I was a single mom raising them. So I still was, guess not getting them out the nest yet. After all that happened, I had found a house in Adams County on Concord in Natchez, Mississippi, and I moved there. So, and I've been there ever since. I've got
So you
nice
own a
land.
place and not, your
Yes.
boys don't come home there all the time to live.
Oh, no one can. It's a 1-bedroom. I learned.
Ms. Hardy, I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes,
Did you
ma'am.
read the consent order that you signed from the state of Louisiana?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
The state of Louisiana bases a lot of its discipline upon what appears to be what they call a falsification of your employment application. Could you touch on that a bit?
I was unaware of the whole suspension and everything else, and I was still working at Heritage Manor. And then whenever I got, I didn't hide anything. I told them, this is the day I stopped working. So they looked at it as it's not looking at it. I was basically working without a license because I had a Mississippi license, but I did not have a Louisiana license, and I was in the state of Louisiana at that facility.
I think this is actually before Heritage Manor. It cites to the board received information from Promise Hospital.
That was whenever I was with wound care. They tried to say I was with MedCentris, employed through MedCentris, which was contracted through Promise Hospital. Whenever I worked there, I had put in a 2 weeks notice. I worked there my son's senior year to help pay for his stuff. Like I said, I was a single mom. I was trying to pay for his senior college stuff. His senior went into college stuff, his refrigerators and stuff. So I worked there. I had put in a notice to my direct supervisor, which was Malika Thornton at that time, that I was coming to an end. It was in May, and I was just going to work the one job at Heritage because I was still at Heritage during that time. And I told her, well, my last day there, she ended up getting fired from the facility and everything. And they let the contract go, which they work out of the hospital now. They're not through Promise at all. And they said that I ended up being a no call, no show into their facility, but I didn't talk to their DON or give the notice to Promise Hospital itself because I was working through MedCentris, which my supervisor, they let go. So she obviously didn't tell them anything. So when no one showed up for wound care, it was unhappy people.
What I asked if you had actually read this consent order, because the board actually finds you guilty of violating those applicable provisions based upon the falsification of your employment application.
I thought it was talking about that with the license.
Um, I don't have any questions, anything based off of mine. Would you like to make a closing statement?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Ms. Hardy was here today because she was charged with receiving action in another jurisdiction. She admitted that charge and we presented evidence, sufficient evidence to show that she is guilty of that charge, and that was the only charge against her. She also has a Mississippi license, as she's indicated, and as the evidence states, so therefore she's subject to discipline by this board. Receiving action in another jurisdiction is a violation of the Nurse Practice Act, and as such, she is subject to discipline by this board, and we respectfully ask this board panel to consider taking disciplinary action on her license. Thank you.
Ms. Hardy, do you have any closing remarks you'd like to make?
No, ma'am, I've prayed about it and it's in y'all's hands and whatever y'all see fit, regardless of if it's a suspension, if it's a revocation, whatever it may be, that's where I'm led to be. Thank you though for your time.
At this time, the hearing panel will enter into, or I'll take a motion to enter into a closed session. Make a motion, we enter closed session. All in favor? Any opposed? We have a motion to enter into an executive session for the purposes of deliberating disciplinary action. Make a motion, we go into closed executive session. Thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? So we're going to take a recess off the record at this time, and the hearing panel will adjourn to another location so they may deliberate. Be back shortly. Yes, ma'am.
obviously restore your license, which I understand is summarily suspended right now.
Yes, ma'am.
So, subject to no conditions, or restrictions. We think that you have taken accountability and that you are an asset to the profession and that your patients are probably missing you right now.
Yes, they ask.
That
We tell
panel
them I'm on
finds that you
vacation.
have paid enough for what happened and taken responsibility. So, I know we could have probably all said we wish you much luck.
Thank y'all so much. Get to go see my people.
One more that's not here, right?
It's not here.
Okay.
I'll let Rebecca run through service and kind of address that she hadn't signed in. It's okay.
Okay, so let us go ahead and call in the matter of Mississippi license number P 326356, issued to Heather Nicole Altland Rayburn, case number 2024-0585. I noticed, of course, that Ms. Rayburn is not here, and I'm going to defer to Mr. Walker to present any witness or testimony to substantiate service process upon the respondent.
Yes, Your Honor. Can I first request that we introduce an evidence B1 through B13?
Yes, we will introduce those exhibits into the record, and then when we are finished introducing those exhibits into the record, I would ask that we swear in your witness.
Request B1 through B13 be admitted.
So admitted, let the record reflect. And then if we could swear in the witness.
Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Go ahead, proceed.
Rebecca Martin. Ms. Martin, have you checked the sign-in sheet to see if Ms. Rayburn is here?
Yes, I have.
And was she signed in today?
No, sir.
Okay. If you would look at page 6,
Mhm.
can you state what that is?
This is the notice of hearing from Miss Heather Rayburn for today's date.
It has today's date on it.
Yes, sir.
What time did it say that she needed to be here today?
8:30 a.m.
Okay. And was she also sent a complaint with that?
Yes, sir.
Is that what's on page 7?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. On page 9, can you state what this is for the record?
This is the green card which Miss Heather Rayburn, I believe, signed certifying that she received this complaint
Is that,
and notice of hearing.
does that appear to be her signature on the green card there?
Yes, sir.
And also, if you would, state what this is.
This is the USPS tracking where it says it was delivered individual picked up at post office.
And does that tracking have a number on it?
Yes, sir.
Can you state for the record what those last 5 numbers are?
5854.
Last 5 numbers?
Oh, 75854.
And then do those numbers match
Yes,
the
sir.
last 5 on the notice?
Yes, sir.
So Miss Rayburn did indeed get service by certified mail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you heard anything from Miss Rayburn?
No, sir.
Had you been communicating with her before?
Yes, sir.
In what capacity?
Emails and through Spectrum.
Were you her compliance case manager?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I would respectfully request that we rest on the record that we have met service as required by the statute for certified mail and notified Miss Rayburn of her hearing, and we would request to rest on the file today.
The only question I would ask is where certain kind of walked around the floor, where certain no one was out in the lobby. And did anybody check downstairs or anything like that?
I didn't check downstairs, but I didn't, I've checked around here and the picture in Spectrum that we have, there's nobody that looks like that.
Very good. Having heard the testimony of the board's witness, I do find that the respondent hearing was provided notice of the hearing and a copy of the complaint in accordance with the applicable rule and or statute by certified mail, return receipt requested, which was returned as delivered on about July 30th, 2024. So she was appropriately noticed in accordance with the rules for the hearing here today. And it's clearly, since she was set for 8:30 a.m. and it is now close to 2 p.m., is clearly not here in the hearing room. So we will proceed within her absence, but I also take note of board's request, which is to submit the exhibits that have been previously introduced into the record as B1 through B13, to submit those records, those documents to substantiate the charge made against the respondent and rest upon those documents for the board to make its decision off of the documents alone, correct?
That's correct, John.
Okay, well, with that said, then take us into a closed executive session so the board may review the documents and just make its decision. So is there a motion for a closed session?
Make a motion to go into closed session.
Thank you. All in favor? And a motion to enter into an executive session to make a determination as to this case?
Go into.
Thank you. Second? All in favor? We will stand in recess until the hearing panel returns with its final decision. Thank you. right, we're back. We're back on the record. At this time, I would ask for a motion for us to return to an open session from the executive session.
I make a motion.
Session, thank you. A second? All in favor? Any opposed? Having returned from deliberation during our closed executive session, the hearing panel has found that the evidence introduced into the record by way of exhibits B1 through B13 do establish by the clear and convincing evidence the violation of the previously entered into agreed settlement proposal, or ASP, as was alleged by the complaint in this action, which is case number 2024-585. Having found that the evidence did substantiate violation of that previous ASP, the hearing panel has determined to revoke the license of Heather Nicole Altman Rayburn, license number P326356. Again, as is required, I will provide a written order which contains the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and the final decision of this hearing panel within 45 days from today's date. Any questions, Mr. Walker?
Not regarding this matter, Your Honor.
Okay, well, then we will adjourn this case, having announced the final decision. And we can come off the record, I believe, right? Oh, you still have that ASP you handed to me. So. All right, we don't need to be on the record, do we?
No, because